I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Truth Tuesday. We're going to be dealing with the truth that our country is being manipulated by Russia to get out of Syria. That's pretty obvious. And many Republican senators are going to be looking at that as a possibility that Donald Trump has been truly controlled by Vladimir Putin, which is making a lot of people wonder if Trump isn't doing exactly what Putin wants and ultimately a danger to our national security. Do I want us to be in Syria? No. I'm a non-interventionist, but I don't want to get out of Syria for the simple reason that Putin ordered me out. That's the problem with Donald Trump. And now protecting the oil wells, we still don't even know who owns those oil wells. Nobody in the media has ever talked about who actually owns them. Bashar al-Assad does not own the oil wells. Whoever's profiting from those oil wells that we're defending for some reason, we need to find that out. That's important. We've been talking about a lot of things in the pre-show, weird stuff. Somebody presented this idea from RT. Now, this is not Technology Thursday, but you're going to see something that's so strange, you're going to wonder what the heck it is. This is a phone pad made out of human skin. And I'm not sure if this has been created through growing the skin in a petri dish, but the skin on our novel interface is inspired by the properties of human skin. Oh, okay. You can stroke it, tickle it, press it. Okay. So it's kind of an electrostatic surface that reacts like skin, but it's not skin. Okay, I wanted to figure that one out. The truth is that's not skin. I didn't know that Chinese people are taking over the wheat fields in Seattle. That's news to me. I have no idea. I know that China has developed a fertilizer plant in Idaho, in Boise, Idaho. And that fertilizer plant is 50 square miles. Yeah. Strange acquisitions are going on by the National Chinese in America. I am concerned about that. But Russia itself has an ulterior motive Why would they be meddling in all elections? Why are they interested in knowing every little detail about our country's politics and then influencing it? Facebook said last week that Russia was controlling Facebook for 2020 and they're trying to kick people out. And these people look like legitimate people, like Black Lives Matter. It's Russia trying to create problems in our country. What is their goal? No, this is not Chris Crocker. No, this is me. I'm not the guy who complained about Britney Spears. I know you think that I look like him, but I'm not. Anyway, he's no longer dressing as a transgender. This was him when he did the Britney Spears thing. Yeah, he's like a dude now. Yeah, that's not me. Different person, different nose. See that? I can see how you think it's me, but it's not. So if we continue developing a relationship with Putin, where is it going to take us? There's 50 nuclear weapons sitting in Turkey right now that NATO allegedly has. Each one of them has a megaton capacity, 8 times larger than the Hiroshima bomb. There's 50 of these B-61s sitting in Turkey. So what's Trump going to do about it? Has he even mentioned it? No. Are the Democrats asking him? No. Is Putin telling Trump what to do in Turkey? Yes. So what exactly is going on? Why does Turkey have these 50 weapons when they clearly are not a NATO ally when they're doing business with Russia? Turkey ordered 2 S-400 anti-ballistic missiles from Russia recently. They're anti-ballistic missile systems. They're not working with just America, and they shouldn't even be a part of NATO and holding on to 50 nuclear weapons if they're going to play Switzerland and act like they're friends with both sides. And you're wondering, well, why do we need enemies? Why don't we just accept the New World Order, Dave, and be part of Russia and China and all those countries? If you're a Democrat, you probably fall into that category. Well, we better just let the UN take care of everything. The Democratic Party is literally willing to give up our country's national sovereignty. And the Common Sense Show with Dave Hodges is doing their best to make it clear that H.R. 1111 puts America directly under UN control. And we got that video for you tonight.
Glad to be with you, ladies and gentlemen. Just making a real quick technical adjustment there. This is Dave Hodges. I am the host of the Common Sense Show, and we are the show that is freeing America one enslaved mind at a time. And we are really, really glad to be with you. Please hit the like button.
Anyway, Dave Hodges is going to talk about this H.R. 111, which gives the Democrats authority to hand over our country to the UN. So we'll listen to that later tonight. Play that one too? Okay. Right. Expose 44 names of senators, of congressional traitors. Names of 44 congressional traitors promising to give America away. I assume this is the same issue being dealt with. Yeah. Okay, we'll play that tonight as well. Okay, thanks. Now, the resolution to move toward a quorum vote on impeachment is moving forward. The Democrats have defined what the impeachment charges will be. Pelosi's announced the impeachment inquiry vote. Here's what I'm on the lookout for now. John Brennan is having a tweet war with Trump. The former CIA director is responding, saying responds to Trump's tweet with advice for diplomats, intelligence agents, and other courageous patriots. Okay.
President Trump on Tuesday railed against the impeachment inquiry into his alleged abuse of power ahead of key testimony from a White House official that threatens to deepen the president's problems. Trump tweeted or retweeted dozens of messages denying wrongdoing, chastising Democrats for their handling of the impeachment proceedings thus far, and questioning the credibility of Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, a National Security Council official who will meet behind closed doors with lawmakers on Tuesday. Trump tweeted, quote, "Supposedly, according to the corrupt media, the Ukraine call concerned today's never-Trumper witness. Was he on the same call that I was? Can't be possible. Please ask him to read the transcript of the call. Witch hunt.
Well, yeah, therein lies the problem. Trump is denying everything that's happening, and we're finding out that he was doing quid pro quo with Russia or with Ukraine over Hunter Biden and Joe Biden info. So the resolution unveiling the impeachment resolution text is here.
This man is unassailable. Nobody is going to throw dirt on him, not unlike with Volker and Taylor and Sondland, if people are being fair. He says he heard it as a quid pro quo. It bothered him out of a sense of duty. Impressive to you, sir.
Well, I have two questions about it. First of all, if this hearing supposedly is supposed to be deemed classified and not supposed to be getting the reports leaked until they are considered to be done so by Adam Schiff, how is New York already getting this report? How are they already getting the testimony? Why is New York hearing about it before members of Congress? And then second of all, if we're really talking about the individual that supposedly heard it firsthand, who is his superior that he put it to? And if there was a case, well, and that's why we should be having these open and fair hearings. Everybody should hear these cases.
Yeah, I tend to agree that the Republicans should be able to get into some of these testimonies. I agree with the Republicans that they need to get oversight over everything. Okay, I'm more than willing to encourage that, but I have no power. So all I can tell you is that, yeah, Republicans have a right to know. In fact, they're in some of the impeachment discovery hearings. They just aren't all in there. That's the problem. They want all to be in there. They want to all be in that room. Okay, I'm not sure what you're saying over at iVlog, but hey, it's clever. You know, you're making sense only to yourself, though, unfortunately. Maybe they don't want Russia controlling us, is why I said that maybe the Democrats are the enemy of the United States, really. No, they are just telling the Republicans that you shouldn't let Russia control us. The Democrats aren't the enemy of the United States. They're simply trying to get people to realize that Russia rigged our election. Trump won't even acknowledge it. You Republicans won't even acknowledge it. You want to bask in the glory of winning by cheating. Now, Trump has a couple of standards by which he will be judged. And one of them is, did he cheat in the election? The answer is yes. He knew about Russia's rigging the election in his favor and didn't even mention it to the FBI. Did he misuse power? Yes, he did. In fact, he's even doing it now by telling Dan McGahn he can't testify what he already testified, that Trump was running around saying he was going to fire Mueller, which is clearly, absolutely obstruction of justice. If we're having DDoS effects, tell me about it. I want to know. Tell me if the video's down. Yeah, I want to know. So all of these come together to form a very simple plan called impeachment. And this is what I predicted would be happening. Okay, well, video should be working on iVlog. If you can't get iVlog's video, we've got a really simple broadcast running at 300 kbytes per second called Periscope. If you guys are having problems, go to Periscope. But you do have to dial in with your Twitter account. So Steve-O likes the video. He thinks it's good. So these are all the criteria that they need to meet, and Trump clearly meets them on many accounts. Now, if the Ukrainian thing pans out to be something important, then there's added reason for impeachment. I don't believe it's the sole reason for impeachment right now, but according to the Democrats, they're using this Ukraine thing as a launch point. The resolution provides the procedural details of how the House will move its impeachment inquiry into its next phase, and also represents the first time that a full chamber will take a vote related to impeaching the president. House Speaker Pelosi has argued that the vote is not being taken to formally authorize the impeachment inquiry, as Republicans have demanded, but will help to eliminate any doubt as to whether the Trump administration may withhold documents, prevent witness testimony, disregard duly authorized subpoenas, or continue obstructing the House of Representatives. So Trump and Pence are both obstructing justice, even so far as not handing over necessary documents or disregarding subpoenas. All of this is part of an ongoing obstruction of justice and, again, a misuse of power. So all these criteria will be met because Trump's already done all these terrible deeds that you Republicans deny he's ever done. Now, I've said from the very beginning impeachment would be going forward, and I've been right all along. Believe me, I don't like Democrats as much as you do. I'm just as angry at Democrats as you are, but they're not un-American by pursuing impeachment. They're trying to help this country. Bernie has got some real bad issues. He's communistic, he's socialistic, he wants to get rid of our infrastructure, our gun, he wants to take away weapons. He wants to take away your car. The Democrats want to get rid of planes. I mean, they're out of the control of logic. They've gone off the deep end into the left field. The Democrats are trying to help this country get straight and get Russia out of our government. My God, you Republicans should know that Donald Trump has got Russia breathing down his neck. And according to the Mueller testimony, the sex tape has already been used to blackmail the president once. There's no telling whether it's going to be used again. We don't know if he's getting a phone call right now on his cell phone. Oh, Vladimir, oh, I'm so sorry. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Oh, don't show the sex tape. No, no, no. I mean, you can only imagine how this is. Trump has a secret cell phone that he calls Putin on, and you Trump supporters are okay with that. And you don't care the fact that he hasn't recorded any of his discussions over 7 hours of calls he's made with Putin. There's no transcripts of any communication he's had at all with Putin. And you're okay with that. Yeah, of course. Yeah. You know, sticking your loaves of bread in the freezer is the way to go completely. I don't even keep my bread in the refrigerator. I just put it right in the freezer and it pops right out and it toasts just like a regular refrigerator bread item. I'm against the fact that Democrats are owned and operated by people like George Soros. I don't want the Democratic Party to prosper. I want the Democratic Party to wilt away and disappear because they're becoming irrelevant to the American people. They're not fighting for our rights. They're trying to take them away. They say they want to give everybody free money. And where's that money coming from? You, the taxpayer. Why would we want to go with a group of people that just want to tax the hell out of American people? Believe me, I'm not drinking with Nancy, Paul. That's just not true. And nor am I allowing anybody to censor me. I'm against the censorship completely, and anybody who thinks that I'm not doesn't realize how hard we fought against the DDoS. I run my show through a VPN. The impeachment is not a distraction created by the CIA. No, hardly. In fact, I'm pretty sure the deep state wants to keep Donald Trump in power. I'm pretty confident that they're going to try to do everything they can to keep Trump in power and even win a second election. But it's gonna erode as the truth comes out. Trump just uses his power and misuses his power fiercely so that he's constantly being accused of criminal acts. It's not because he's being picked on, it's because he's constantly trying to commit crimes. This isn't a guy who's ever done anything by the book. He's always skirted the law. And in New York, he's hated because he doesn't pay his bills. He doesn't even pay for people that work on his buildings. They have to sue him in order to get a little bit of money. When he married Marley Maples, the lady that did the catering got stiffed for $350,000, and he told her that just doing a Trump wedding was enough payment in and of itself. You can tell everyone I did the Trump wedding. And she got stiffed for $350,000 by Trump. It's a fact. He stiffs people all the time financially. He's taking money on the side. He has made 255 times what he would have made as a salary simply by selling rooms at the Trump Hotel and other places. He's made $90 million on the Trump Hotel in D.C. already. A lot of things come out of the story. Look at the impeachment story. It keeps coming. I told you that story is rock solid. I said from the beginning we'd be seeing impeachment. I've been right all along. That story is still migrating forward. It has a will of its own because Trump is that corrupt. If he was a complete decent person and never had any conflict of interest and wasn't trying to profit from the White House, do you think we'd be having this discussion about Trump and his Ashkenazi friends? No. The topic is truth. Truth Tuesday. I identify with truth all the time. I'm constantly seeking deeper messages and understandings. I look deeply into things and try to find the truth. I may not be the expert on the truth at any given time. You may know more than I do. I was having a discussion about what was trending today on Twitter. Yeah, and I don't get the same Twitter page that you guys get. The truth is, I get some dumbed down version of it. My Twitter page looks like this. There's no explore button on it. There's no way I can find out what's trending like you can. I rarely ever get any followers. I haven't had one follower added to my Twitter account in 8 years. I have the same number of followers. One guy said he tried to follow me on Twitter and he saw that my number went down after he hit follow. So something's really messed up about the censorship that's going on. That's the truth. We're finding it out on the backside. I don't even get the tools you normally get on Twitter because they're trying to dumb me down so I don't have the ability to actually get anywhere on Twitter. Yeah, our country needs a third party in the middle of the political spectrum. I'm not pushing a sale on you. I'm not forcing you into thinking this. But we really can't afford to ignore the need for a third party anymore. We're never going to get accountability from the two parties. They are too bought and controlled by corporate interests. And their contracts that they have every year keep rolling forward, and these people constantly want to make money from the government. Well, I can tell you Trump is the most prolific tweeter I've ever seen. It'd be hard for me to keep up with Trump's tweeting if I were to be a tweeter. But I would actually have the NSA brief and read my tweets before I actually make them and get back to me on their assessment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were to tweet, my stream keeps pausing. Okay, hang on just a second. Let me pause the stream again. Hang on. I'm going to go off of on for a second and I'll set I'm going to provide a better setting. Hang on. Okay, refresh, please. I agree they're fine with him tweeting, but unfortunately his tweeting is so fragmenting and disturbing that it's destroying good relations with our allies. Trump is literally giving away the secrecy of the SEAL team that did the attack on al-Baghdadi, if indeed al-Baghdadi was attacked. We don't know because al-Baghdadi's died a few times. This is not the first time he's died. He's had 5 or 6 other deaths that we've recorded. Okay, we have no way of knowing if this ISIS threat is real. In that so many years ago, we saw a massive lie. Right around 2010 to 2012, our government spent a huge amount of money to lie to us with green screens showing beheadings of ISIS people killing innocent. It's all green screen. I'm serious. Check it out. Yeah. Hate to pull the scrim over your eyes, but hey, we've been lied to about ISIS. So any real threat of ISIS in Syria is just our government pushing their agenda. I think they're a little worried that Putin has taken over Trump, that he's now calling the shots in Syria and telling us what to do. And like I said earlier, there's 50 really dangerous nuclear weapons at stake sitting in Turkey right now. They're supposed to be defending NATO, not Russia. Well, there's a lot of people that believe that ISIS is the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. That was their name for years. And since a lot of our foreign policy has been dominated by Zionist elitists who tell us what to do to somehow build a war around Israel to protect Israel, our agenda and our foreign policy is essentially rudderless. We're being towed along like a field animal with a ring in our nose. We haven't had a legitimate independent American foreign policy for decades. Moonrack says, Dave, I was at Applebee's restaurant in Maple Valley, Washington, and your show is playing on their big screen. I find that really amazing, Moonrack. Yeah. I know that our show is reaching a lot of people. Hey, Larry. You like the hair? Thank you. I know our show's been reaching a lot of people worldwide, but now hearing it's close to home, that's really exciting. Yeah, it's a city, Maple Valley. You know, our show has been really interesting because I'm an interesting person. I am. I'm not the kind of average person you'd meet every day. The show is free, and I'm more than willing to step out of the box and talk about anything, including conspiracies. And many people don't expect that from a presidential candidate. That's one of the reasons why it's definitely got that potential to grow. More and more people want to talk about these issues because conspiracy theory isn't just make believe. Let's assume everyone's psychotic. Many people would like to believe that conspiracy theorists are all psychotic, but actually they're quite normal. In fact, psychology today determined that people who believe in conspiracies are more sane than people who don't. No, you're back in the game, I Love Fries. I think Mark is treating me badly. I've been talking about the censorship for years, but you can't just keep coming in the show trying to attack us, claiming that Mark is attacking me.
Привет, малыш.
I cannot verify this child is an alien. I looked at him, and the child does not look like an alien from Russia. The child looks more like a child who's suffering from some disease where they don't have any hair on their head.
Как тебя зовут? Малыш. Ты мальчик или девочка? Малыш, как дела? Как дела? Как тебя зовут? Как зовут тебя? Тебе сколько годиков?
That's just an average child who's probably got cancer or something and had his head shaved. Yeah, claiming that's an alien child is ridiculous. Okay, this is just beyond belief. The mainstream normalization of cannibalism. This is weird. After eating bugs, the media now wants you to try human blood sausages. Seriously? Really? A new video circulating on Twitter shows a group of Spaniards making and then consuming human blood sausage. Propaganda promoting entomophagy has been rather ubiquitous in recent months, with major publications hailing the practice as an animal meat replacement. I'm sorry, but this violates the taboo of cannibalism. I'm sick thinking that Americans are having to endure this nightmare of propaganda. Well, for some reason, our country has been lying to its people for years. One German reporter actually went out on a limb and talked about it. A top German journalist admitted mainstream media is completely fake. We all lie for the CIA, he says. And this person was a journalist for 25 years. He happened to die last year. About a year and a half ago, he died. He had like his fourth heart attack, but he went on public and talked about how he was a CIA agent, that he worked with the CIA as an unofficial, non-official cover. And he wrote articles condemning Muammar Gaddafi, which led to the death of Muammar Gaddafi. He was simply a shill, a journalist that was ordered to write bad stories about Muammar Gaddafi so that we could attack him and take him out.
Well, I've been a journalist for about 25 years, and I was educated.
He was educated
to lie, to betray, and not to tell the truth to the public.
And we'll have his video tonight. He's now dead, but we've got 13 minutes of video you'll watch from a top German journalist that actually said he was ordered by the CIA to write this stuff. No, he really did die. There is no picture of AOC sharing a grilled cheese sandwich with a freshwater. I don't even know what you're talking about. Could you get me a link to that? Oh man, will you suck that up like ambrosia? I don't buy into any conspiracy theories. No. No. Not at all. In fact, I rarely ever align myself with conspiracy theories. There is a conspiracy theory that I do align myself with, and that is that fluoride lowers your IQ, and it's in 67% of your public water. That's not a conspiracy theory, it's a conspiracy fact. Now that's not a theory, it's a fact. They fluoridate 67% of the water in America. I'm not driven by conspiracy theories at all. I'm trying to help you understand the bigger picture. I'm helping you see the forest from the trees. Right now, you watch the mainstream media, you just watch the trees. You don't see the forest. I'm helping you look at the forest. I'm giving you more of an inductive view of how the world works. The people with money control politics and the media. That's the truth. They don't control his show, though. And they're a little concerned that our show is gaining more ground and more momentum among people watching us on the internet or on UHF or whatever. Jade Helm is still going on. We are looking at getting one foot in the concentration camps. We're still looking at that potentiality. I talked about something last night, and it seems to pass over all of your heads, even the smartest of you here. And it's something that I think we need to look at realistically. Whenever there's a major hurricane or down the south, you see these FEMA barges sitting out in the waters outside of Galveston. People who are displaced oftentimes are picked up by the FEMA barges, and you never see them again. And there is not one single tweet from anybody on a FEMA barge in the world. Not an Instagram message, nothing. Nobody's gone in there and said, hey, I really am so glad I got accommodations here on the barge. It's great. Look at me. I'm taking a selfie. Mom, Dad, I'm so happy they have showers here. No, they have fencing around the top. You can't get out of those. But there's not one tweet in social media from any of these anywhere in the world. That raises my concern that maybe we are being carted away and we don't even know it right now. And you just think that, oh, well, that's just a conspiracy theory. No, it isn't. No. It's the simple fact that there's not one tweet from anybody on any one of those vehicles, those ferries, or whatever they are. The fact is we are being dumped on every day by chemtrails. We see it in the sky above us. That's not a conspiracy theory, that's a conspiracy fact. You'd like to reduce the show to being a cartoon, where we just come on and act like cartoon characters. You want everything to be trivialized and turned into kind of a joke like the mainstream media does. I want a media verification solution. I want a way in which we can find the truth. That's what I want to do. No, again, conspiracy is not 50% of my shtick. We're building a third party predicated on the need for oversight and accountability by our government. When I say that our government literally borrows money to run it every day, that's not a conspiracy theory, that's a fact. Many of you don't know. New York Vikings names 5 conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. Exactly. Fluoride's one of them. If you don't wake up to the simple fact that people that are raising questions are being called conspiracy theorists and relegated to the whack job center, then you're the problem. You're not really willing to ask any questions. Questions are the very foundation of a third party. You're not feeding my ego. I'm trying to get you to understand there's a bigger picture here, and you don't get that. You haven't even begun looking into critical thinking and whether something is real or not. If you haven't gone down that pathway, you couldn't even possibly begin to understand what I'm doing. I'm not building an ego. I am simply getting to the truth. I'm eroding it or showing it, slowly etching away the truth. You know, beer has fluoride in it. If I offered you free beer, I'd be giving you fluoride, which would make you stupid. A study done at Harvard Medical Review said that fluoride can cause up to 7 to 20% of an IQ drop. Why would I want to give you a beer? There's not one beer on the market in the world that uses filtered water, that talks about using filtered water. There is not one beer or wine, for that matter, on the market that says filtered water on it. There is one, Apple Crispin it's called. Crispin makes an apple type of like a lemonade apple, which has alcohol in it. It's the only product on the entire market that uses filtered water. Now, they use really good water in the Netherlands. Grolsch, for instance, is a really good beer and made with great water that doesn't have fluoride in it. But they don't want you to get rid of the fluoride. They want you to be fluoridated. And that's my big point. They want to dumb the country down. That's why none of your water is really that healthy for you. Your sodas are full of corn syrup that's genetically modified. No, Grolsch does not have fluoride in it. It's made in the Netherlands. Yeah, and plus it's the kind of bottle you can just drink a couple of things and put the tap on and keep it in the refrigerator. It's one of the only self-sealing beers out there. Yeah, I would if I were you. That way you don't have to drink a whole bottle necessarily. You can just drink a portion of it. Sarah is here, and she's got her autumn colors on, and she's going to give me a break. We got people who just don't want to talk about issues from an alternative perspective, and this guy wants to call me a conspiracy theorist. I just raise questions that are really pending that the mainstream media does not address. And that's the important thing about our show. You wouldn't even hear about this stuff if I wasn't doing a show.
He's not saying that no alcoholic beverages are made with non-fluoridated water. What he's saying is they don't advertise that they're made with non-fluoridated water. Therefore, he can assume that they don't really care whether they're fluoridated water or not, and they very well could be fluoridated.
Yeah, now there's a lot of companies that actually filter their water. There are. And they just don't talk about it. But why? I mean, if I was a beer producer, I'd want to filter my microbrewery water and say filtered water on the label. Because don't you care what kind of water goes in with the hops?
Yes.
Don't you care what you're drinking?
But it's not necessarily important to others.
Apparently not. And that's why you can call me a conspiracy theorist, because I'm trying to avoid drinking fluoride and chemicals and toxins. Okay, go right ahead. Feel free to call me a conspiracy theorist if I'm trying to avoid toxins in my body. Feel free.
Coors advertises what?
No, they don't. Rocky Mountain Water is coming out of Golden, Colorado, which is right next to a radiation dump.
Okay. I would think that they would. But anyway. All right. Interesting. Oh, Mr. Bill. I don't drink alcohol, so whatever you guys want to do, that's fine with me. I just don't have that need or desire or whatever it is. Yeah. Alcohol is not my thing. Not my cup of tea, or, well, it's not a cup of tea. It's not my thing. Yeah, it's my, definitely my fall sweater. Oh. You use a reverse osmosis filter, so it's all good. Yeah, I do too. Mad Dog, you hate drinking? Good. Yeah, I'm not a drinker. Not a fan. No, thank you, Brown Cheese. I do not want to get wasted with you or with anyone else. They now have Alexa glasses. Would I get one? No, but I bet my dad would. What? I keep forgetting what that one is. Something AI I should tell my dad about. Mycroft, right? New York Viking, that's how David feels that Alexa is like listening in on your conversation. What's David like when he gets loose? That's what David's like when he gets loose. I don't know. It's like a 70s thing. And then the down. I don't know what it is. It's like up, down. That, yes, thank you, Daryl. That's exactly what it is. That's David loose. Disco David. They have an emoji for him. That's it. That is David loose. Oh yes, in the hands. Yep. Are you smarter than your jeans? These smart clothes have something to say about your data privacy. Axel.org. Are these smart clothes like the ones with faces all over them or something? A stunning and innovative product entered the world. It was a calculator watch. It became the first of what is now termed a wearable technology. Fast forward to today, and we've graduated from wristwatches that do basic math to ones that track our sleep, notify us of text, track our steps, sync data to our devices, among other things. Yes. There might be smart toilets that check our stools. Now we're seeing the technology behind wearables extend into an even bigger arena. Smart clothes or clothing products created with sensors woven into the material that gather data and send it to a connected device through Bluetooth. In fact, just this summer, Tommy Hilfiger launched a new range of smart clothing that tracks your movements and sends data about you to its connected app. Wow. This clothing line isn't the first to incorporate data gathering technology into its very threads. It certainly won't be the last. What other companies are creating clothing that's smart enough to gather and deliver data about its wearers? And what does this mean in terms of protecting our data privacy? And what will happen if you wash these clothes? Hello, add the one. These clothes know a lot about you. In the past, a normal shopping trip for clothes would entail going to the nearest mall to dig out a jacket from a pile, fork over the cash, and feel like a forward-thinking fashionista because the sleeves on that thing were bedazzled. A lot has changed then, but they still have bedazzled clothing, of course. Today, many consumers turn to their computer or mobile device to scroll through the pages of their favorite shop, and the items that they buy actually seem like something from the future. We're turning to our tech gadgets to order more tech gadgets that also double as clothing. In fact, our clothes are getting smarter. I do not have any smart clothes. I do own a swimsuit. Yes, I do. I've just, once I turned 40, I stopped wearing the bikini and went to a really nice one piece. Hello, add the one. There are several new wearables that are learning a lot about us. 1, clothing that knows where you go. Tommy Hilfiger has been a familiar name for many denim wearers over the ages. Now the company is going from classic to futuristic as a new line of clothing called Tommy Jeans Explorer, which features 23 pieces of wearable technology. The line includes items like baseball caps, denim jackets, jeans. Each item is fitted with Bluetooth technology. Every time you wear one of the pieces, it can track where it's being worn, how often it's being worn, and send that data to be collected by the company. Obama has never called me. Oh, are you talking to Larry is in the room? Yeah, probably. Let's see if we can get this going. Here we go. I don't want to join the Hilfiger Club and enjoy 20% off my first purchase. No thanks. Not right now anyway. I don't know if I would love this or not. Probably not, but okay. No, thank you. Wait, what? What do I want? Easy closures, fits for prosthetics, seated wear, ease of movement. There's all kinds of things. Men essentials shop. Let's look at the essentials shop. Tommy Adaptive striped signature shirt. Do people know that this is sending information about that where they've been back? Okay, Tommy Adaptive has different things, but I don't know what those are. Okay, I'm going back to the thing. Alright. That was Tommy Jeans Explorer. I don't know. It has base... Well, I tried to go to Tommy Jeans Explorer. Sport Tech Denim. Here it is. Our reissue of the iconic 1990s capsule, updated for today. The Tommy Jeans archive capsule. Yeah, I can't tell what on there is like created for that. They're smart. People that buy the Tommy Hilfiger clothing don't care that they're being tracked. Probably don't know and probably don't care. Bangalitis, have you reported that to Amazon? He says Alexa is flawed every time he asks it to play jazz. It starts from the very same songs all the time. He's like, he wants it to be able to like do it. Oh, it just says playing from a free radio station. Yeah. Oh, Levi's has a Google powered smart jacket. Okay. I want to finish reading this article, but okay. Clothing that knows what your morning commute is like. Oh, this is it. In 2016, Levi's and Google teamed up to create a denim jacket that allows the wearer to operate smart functions like screening calls, navigating directions, controlling audio by linking up to a mobile device via Bluetooth. What's more, the 2018 update adds on the usability to drop a pin and save your location. Be alerted when your Uber is on its way, when it arrives, and provide an aware mode to pick up surrounding sounds and send them to the user's ear through supported headphones. Oh, this is for bicyclists. A computer vacuum's on its way to you. Oh. Looks pretty cool. Nifty. I have a couple of things I just ordered. I ordered a Vicine clicker. So it's just like, it's able to scroll through my PowerPoints. And then also it has a laser light on it. And then I ordered these kick bands, which you put on the bottom of chairs and kids can like move their feet and they're rubber or something. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to the clicker because I end up like running to my computer and running back to this projector board, and not fun. Okay. All right, the jacket is made with touch-sensitive jacquard thread that enables the material to respond with just a touch of the hand. Ooh. It's a new type of garment that incorporates Google engineering. You just need the Jacquard app and a Google account to fully utilize the jacket's features. So, for those who enjoy an easier way to operate those smart functions normally done on a smartphone, the jacket takes the freedom of a mobile smartphone even further, onto their very bodies. This is it. It's primarily aimed at bike commuters. It costs $350. When was this written? In 2017. Well, I Love Fries is doing that. America is the best. Don't worry about it. It's just himself. He just doesn't realize that he needs to like take a shower all the time. Clothing that acts like your personal trainer. Under Armour's new line of connected sneakers takes the innovation of your average fitness app one step further. Haha, pun intended. You don't have to have the clunky step counter tied to your shoelaces. With a pair of connected sneakers, it can track your speed, stride, path, and pace simply through the material it's made of. Bluetooth capabilities connected to the UA Map My Run app, which users can access in order to see the data that the shoes collect during every run and every workout. It even provides users with the opportunity to connect, that is, to find other runners nearby, or to allow live tracking so your friends can follow your run. Pretty much equivalent to having your personal trainer run right behind you as they record your stats. Wow. Yeah, you definitely need to like wipe down your screen. Go get some Lysol wipes or something like that and just wipe down your whole house, I Love Fries. And then stop ordering things like that aren't good for you. Stop eating stuff that's not good for you. David doesn't even use his phone. America's the best one. Seriously, he's like, turn off your cell phone. It's tracking you. Don't hold it next to your body if it's on. Yeah, he doesn't, yeah. All right, number 4. Clothing that can remember how to open your front door. Ooh, interesting. Researchers at the University of Washington developed a smart fabric that can be programmed to open doors with nothing more than a swipe of a cuff. The fabric is made with conductive thread to create embroidery that's magnetized, which can then be programmed with a magnet in sections of positive or negative poles that will then represent the zeros and ones of digital passcodes. Just don't let someone steal your jacket, because otherwise they could break into your house. The result is that the code can be read by a sensor, which may then unlock your front door. It's technology that's similar to conventional key cards. Many companies still use those like fobs. But unlike key cards that can be misplaced or forgotten, well, you usually don't forget to put on your shirt, right? So they're doing the fabric. So that's pretty interesting. I know people do leave their jackets everywhere. I guess it should be in your shirt rather than your jacket. But it is pretty interesting. Hacking your clothes. With every influx of new data comes a swarm of those who would do anything to get their hands on it. Most smart clothing currently relies on Bluetooth technology, which is hackable. Not the safest way to transport data. Even Fitbit's bands prove to be vulnerable to hackers. Can't almost anything be hacked? Oh, Misanthropy, I like what he wrote. He's like, they add smart as a prefix to trick you into thinking you aren't stupid for using them, even though they can all be hacked. And yeah, there's definitely pitfalls with using them. I know, I agree. I know, I agree with you. America's the best. Misanthropy sometimes blows our minds. Your dash cam recorded a crash. Should you sell the footage to the parties involved? You don't want to just give it to them? The thing is, if you tell the parties involved, they probably won't want to. They'll have the police have you required to give it over or something. Possibly. What should you do? You have a couple options. You could post it on YouTube. You could give it to the police. I would probably give it to the police. You're annoyed when you see people being so enthusiastic about the future of technology. You think it's like an insane person being happy they're creating their own prison system. I am one of those enthusiastic people about the future of technology. But you have made me more aware that I should be a little hesitant. Or a lot hesitant, as the case may be, whether, just be more cognizant of security and privacy issues in particular. If your device is hacked via Bluetooth, the hacker can access and download personal data, install malware, and even make purchases. That is a problem. In fact, it was reported last month that millions of devices were discovered to have a serious vulnerability with their Bluetooth capabilities. The vulnerability exposed consumers to potential leaks of private data from Apple, Google, and Intel-based smartphones and resulted from a missing check on part of the encryption process. Like a little checkbox? Check. Slow mode says still the easiest thing to hack is the accounts tied to a certain device. I suppose you're right, Misanthropy. One thing though I would say, I guess my problem is that I don't think that way. I don't think about all the nefarious uses. David's like that. When it's not just, technology, but David will see a situation and he'll think of all the negative things that can happen as repercussions and negative things that I never even foresaw. A user will take advantage of that situation by blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, whoa, I didn't even consider that possibility because I'm not a user. Already, many of us are faced with how to protect the data on our desktop computers, our laptops, our phones, our tablets, and our watches. Are we ready for the responsibility of also protecting the data from our clothing? Probably not. Is this smart technology that's too close for comfort? Clothes that can unlock doors, know your location, analyze your health. This is a realm of smart clothing that's still being explored. Like much of today's technology, it's way more fun to think about the cool things your gadgets can do instead of the scary amounts of information they're collecting from you. Smart gadgets are revolutionizing the way we do, everything. And in order to enjoy their capabilities, information is needed in order to analyze, assess, and improve their functions. But is technology like these smart clothes worth it? Are we trading private data for fashion? In today's day and age, much has already been traded for data. Mobile freedom, ease of living, the capability of keeping up with multiple tasks throughout every moment of our day. When the arrival of smartphones set us free from being tethered down by desktop computers, that groundbreaking freedom started a journey down mobile technology that has now led to the clothes on our backs and our very limbs. No longer do we have to grab our phones to drop a pin or answer a call. Now all we have to do is shift an arm and the action is done. I have been dreaming about this though for like 20 years. I have never had a Jamaican mincemeat pie. I don't know about the Echo and custom firmware. Oh, you said if you take the time to properly secure the Echo, you can control when they can get information. With Alexa, isn't it always on? Aren't they always getting information? I mean, they're ready. That's the point of Alexa and Siri, to be like always ready to accept your voice command. I mean, I do have that like Google, okay Google, and then they respond to my voice search. But I think that's, I mean, I feel like that's a little different than Alexa, but maybe it's not. Control your Echo's access with your router. And New York Viking thinks Alexa's mining your brain waves while you sleep. It listens to all kinds of things. Why wouldn't it listen to electrical impulses? Who knows? Anyway. Every smart tool generates data. That data is invaluable for companies, researchers, engineers, and designers who are busy taking the world farther down the road of tech innovations. The question is, how much data are you willing to hand over as you too venture further down the road of smart technology? And look at all these cameras watching you. Oh, goodness. Privacy dilemma. Man, this person's a very prolific writer. I don't think he's saying... Anyway. Yes, the liver is a human filter. Well, I don't know. You could say... Would it be deadly to eat filter? Well, you might be eating all the things that it's like filtered into. Did I just give somebody an idea? I hope not. New York Viking put sleep with tinfoil hats and sheets. It's not crazy. Oh, I got you what you're saying, slow modes. You can ask, you can program it to pull from your own network. So you can program Alexa to pull from like things on your actual computer rather than pulling from the internet. I guess that's what slow modes is saying, something like that. Okay, anyway, moving on. The privacy dilemma. The thing with mobile devices is that you can always set it down. turn it off or put it away in order to disconnect. But with clothes, that's a little bit harder to do. Wearables completely change the data privacy game. Even though we are just at the beginning of exploring the potential of smart clothing, it would be good to keep in mind the future privacy issues that will need to be addressed as wearables develop more and more. Ooh, you would need like special closets to hang them up so that they don't send data from your house. Well, I mean, obviously it would be from your house, but you know, something like when it's off, when it's off your body, you want it off. Like you take clothes off your body, you don't really think about them still sending data, but it could be possible. All right, anyway. For those who choose to wear today's Bluetooth connected clothing, keep in mind the vulnerability of a Bluetooth connection. In general, a good rule of thumb is to keep your device's Bluetooth off when you don't need it, especially if you're in busy areas, because then anyone can access your Bluetooth stuff. And also remember that those wearables you're sporting are data generating devices with amazing capabilities and also amazing vulnerabilities if you're not careful. We're living in a fast-paced world of both tech advancements and tech mistakes. Ooh, I'm going to come back to this one. How much control over your data do you actually have? If even moving your right arm could mean generating a small bit of data. Where will we be in 10 years or even 5? Our gadgets are getting smarter every year, and apparently, so are our genes. Haha. This is pretty cool. I like this Axel.org site. Oh, this one's not found. Something went wrong. Enough is enough. 2018 has seen 600 too many data breaches, and it went wrong. It wouldn't let me do that. Top 5 things that risks your privacy on social media. Well, posting when you get an award, probably. Why data breaches are so damaging and how the law has failed consumers. Projects we love, privacy wall. Race to fix the internet before it's totally busted. Ooh, I might do this one. Exclusive token post interview with Tony Tan, CEO of Axel. How AI is shaping the future of cybersecurity. Why is Axel launching an IEO? What is an IEO? (2019) data breaches, the worst so far. Whew. Data breach. Did you know that 1 in 3 data breach victims later go on to experience an identity crime? By now, it's safe to assume that at least some of your personally identifying information has been compromised in a breach. It's for this reason Identity Force has been tracking all major breaches for the past 5 years and will continue to do so. Check back often to read up on the latest breach incidents in 2019 and our data breach resources to stay protected. Breaches appear in descending order, the latest appearing at the bottom of the page. Okay, just scroll down to see how bad it is. Blur, Town of Salem video game, discountmugs.com, Benefit Mall, OXO, Managed Health Services of Indiana, Fortnite, Oklahoma Department of Securities, Collection One, BlackRock Inc., Grader's Ice Cream, online betting sites, Ascension, Alaska Department of Health and Social Services, Rubric, Critical Care, Pulmonary and Sleep Associates, wow, Hughes, Catawba Valley Medical Center, Huddle House, iSouth Partners, Dunkin' Donuts, Coffee Meets Bagel, 500px, 14.8 million users with that. North Country Business Products, Advent Health, Corn Mama, UW Medicine, Yukon Health, Dow Jones, Rush University Medical Center, Health Alliance Plan, Pasquotank Camden Emergency Medical Services, Spectrum Health Lakeland, all these medical services, wow. My Pillow and Amerisleep, Facebook. Since 2012, it has not properly secured the password of as many as 600 million users. The passwords were stored in plain text and able to be accessed by more than 20,000 of the company's employees. If you use Facebook, change your password. Oh, I better go in and do that. Yes, Mycroft AI Misanthropy says he was going to use this as far as it's a open source voice assistant. You can control all the music on his network from an open source app on his phone. Hello, dressed a cat.
I made a little curry chicken cabbage carrot.
Oh, I like curry chicken cabbage carrot.
Curry chicken cabbage carrot, and you have that other piece of pizza. I put it on the stove for you.
Okay,
Just
that
turn it
sounds
off
good.
when you're done.
Yes, okay.
I know
Sounds
that
good.
you like that chicken. It's
I
pretty good.
do. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I've made some
So
wontons in
grateful.
there. Thank you. Well, good luck with just resting. I know it's been a big day for you.
Yeah, I've
Getting
got
in the
some
swing
other
of things.
stuff I'm working on.
Okay. Enjoy. Thank you so much. Larry Sinclair is in the room, everybody. Welcome. Thank you. Larry Sinclair, I want to show you his act that he's doing down here. He's getting ready for his pumpkin ceremony. And Larry, thank you so much for explaining to the world that Barack Obama is a homosexual and that he couldn't even tell the truth about that, ironically. Yeah, and we're still wondering why Obama never admitted it. That's not a joke. He really is gay. Obama is gay. Yeah, we know that for a fact. And Larry Sinclair is the one that spoke out about that many years ago. Thank you, Larry, for coming in and participating in the show. Here's Larry Sinclair and his testimony about what happened with him in a limousine in Gurnee, Illinois, in front of the Comfort Inn. Many people are shocked to hear this. I hope this doesn't bother some of you Democrats.
Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, we've got a testimony from him, Larry Sinclair. Hey, and this just came in, not AI for everyone. There was a video we played last night of a guy who stormed Epstein's private island, St. James Island, and caught it all on film. We played that for you last night. Yeah, it's Luke Rudkowski. He stormed them. I think he's the We Are Change guy, if I'm not mistaken. But he didn't find much at all. Nothing to speak of. The fact is, the government's never gone out there and looked into the tunnels that Jeffrey Epstein has. They've never done the due diligence to dig in with cadaver dogs to see if any of those women that were flying into the St. James Island and never flew out, any of them are their bodies are buried there. We'd like to know. And I don't think the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein is really, at this point, even an issue. Yeah, Larry Sinclair, on another note, has had sex many times with guys. He's a homosexual prostitute, and Barack Obama was one of the many that he filleted. Back to Jeffrey Epstein. We believe that he possibly is alive, and we have proof of it, pretty much. Photographs of him actually outside of his outside of his island 2 weeks after he died. Allegedly died. So let me just show you this picture of the alleged picture of his death. It doesn't match him. The nose is curved at the top. The cheekbone is red, like he's been abused. The ear is clearly different. So I don't think Jeffrey Epstein is dead. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think he's died. He's been kept in the loop and probably is living comfortably somewhere in Israel. Who knows? At a kibbutz. Or maybe he's there at the underground dungeon in Epstein Island. They told you he died, and they have a coroner's report that says he died, but how can he possibly have been dead? With that face doesn't even match. I mean, come on. I mean, the coroner who signed off on it actually signed off on a bunch of other sketchy deaths, like Martin Luther King's autopsy death, John F. Kennedy Jr.'s autopsy. That same coroner has been signing off on all these things. Here's something from Scissor Fight, Radio Frequency Microwave Radiation Biological Effects and Safety Standards, a review. Now, many of you use a microwave, and this was published in 1994, so you may be interested in knowing that maybe it might, be of concern to you. Rome Laboratory in Griffius Air Force Base in New York. The study of human exposure to radiofrequency radiation has been the subject of widespread investigation and analysis. It is known that electromagnetic radiation has a biological effect on human tissue. An attempt has been made by researchers to quantify the effects of radiation exposure on human body and set guidelines for safe exposure levels. A review of the pertinent findings is presented along with the American National Standards Institute. Okay. Yes. In 1956, the Department of Defense, the Department of Defense directed the armed forces to investigate the biological effects of exposure to the RF-MW radiation. These conferences were the first major effort put forth by the scientific community in 1956. Wow. At least they started looking into the safety back then, when they actually cared. Factors included the energy absorption rate, included the strength of the external electromagnetic field, the frequency of the RF-MW source, and the degree of hydration of the tissue, and the physical dimensions, geometry, and orientation of the absorbing body with the radiation. It's known to have a biological effect on humans, damage to major organs, disruption of important biological processes. Well, to sum it all up, it does affect DNA, and it does affect your body's ability to function. They've hooked up EKGs to the body, the people standing next to microwaves, and they actually had a altered EKG pattern when they stood next to the microwave oven. Wouldn't you have liked to know that? Wouldn't that would have been great? And Scissorfight says the resulting study shows that it not only alters DNA, but it causes cancer. Wow. Jeez. So I'm going to find that at the bottom of that story. If you have too much water in your system, you can have injury to your blood-brain barrier. Nice. The carcinogenic effects of this are not well known. It says it's difficult to establish a link to cancer, clinically established link. Non-thermal effects may have important clues. It was found that 35% of the mice had developed cancer of the white blood cells. That's higher than the standard variable. Huh. It created lymphatic leukosis, lymphatic myeloid leukemia. I've seen enough to know that I don't want to stand next to the microwave. Yeah. Thank you. Well, I don't mind taking your links, Drag King, if you want to throw me some links. Gizmodo, here's something from Chatroom Celebrity. Here's the internet's birth certificate from 50 years ago today. Wow, that's exciting. It's blank. Oh, there it is. Loaded operating program, October of 1969. Talk to SRI host to host. Whoa, this is it. This is the beginning of the internet, folks. That's so exciting. I can't control my joy. Oh. Amazing. We actually have a piece of paper that documents the important moment of the internet. Isn't that amazing? Is this guy interesting or no? The new exposure villain?
First, and I had a very strong idea about him, but I'm playing, a dog.
No, we're not going to talk about that movie. Yeah, this is great. Yeah. A historian in computing, Stevens Institute of New York, where he works in contemporary issues. Well, anyway, that's great. I'm glad that we finally identified the beginning of the internet. And I can tell you when the end of the internet will happen. Would you like to know when all of this is going to end? And the 5G network is definitely a radiation source. It causes cancer, I agree. And the government doesn't even want to test it. You know what else is interesting and true? The government hasn't tested any of the radiation from Fukushima on our western coast. Individuals have tested the waters, so to speak. Actually, tested the waters as in really tested the water. People have taken radiation meters and tested the shoreline outside of California. And we've seen more and more radiation coming off the shoreline. One guy in 2010 or 2011, right after Fukushima, went out there and tested the air, ambient air, and got ratings so high it was just like running the ticker off left and right. But the government hasn't bothered to do any testing. In fact, the government raised the level of radiation that's acceptable dose for humankind. It's not like they really care. I remember having a picture of the radiation off the coast. It was a good video I played a long time ago. Here it is. Radiation hits San Francisco. This is December of 2013. This is outside of San Francisco as he gets closer to the beach.
Heading towards Surfers Beach.
Look at this.
We're up on a bluff area, parkland. You can see what it's reading. There you go.
Look at that. It goes up to 152
Sort
CPM.
of the levels we're dealing with here. And I'm standing straight up. This camera's at eye height, so I'm about 5 feet off of the sand.
5 feet off the sand at brain level, and we're getting zapped. Our government doesn't even care. But what they do care about is they want to make sure everybody knows that Donald Trump captured the ISIS chief al-Baghdadi. Oh, golly. Yeah, just major story here. Disposal complete. They got rid of his body just the way they got rid of Osama bin Laden's body. Remember that? Dumped him out at sea off the Carl Vinson in the North Arabian Sea. Well, they did the same thing to Chief al-Baghdadi. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? This is all to get Donald Trump's ratings up in the polls. It's really just an elaborate ploy. I don't know if it's working or not with all the impeachment things impending, but they have these things in the bag at any time. And we now have confirmation that al-Baghdadi has died 6 times. Look at that. He died he was killed in a U.S. airstrike, according to the news and reports. He was killed in a Russian airstrike in 2017. And again, killed again in a Syrian artillery strike. And an Iranian leader says he's definitely dead in 2017. And then a Syrian Observatory for Human Rights confirmed his death in 2017. So he was killed again in 2019. Apparently this guy is the go-to guy because he sounds so good in the media. Kind of like Osama bin Laden. Yeah. Chief al-Baghdadi. Wow, that's intense. The U.S. got rid of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's body mere hours after a swift DNA test confirmed the terrorist identity. Sure. And of course that DNA evidence is not open to public review. Just like with the Bin Laden family sued the government, and the Pentagon couldn't actually present DNA evidence revealing that Osama bin Laden was actually at the Abbottabad location. Just like, yeah, but they pulled a bin Laden, that's right. DNA tests in court take months, and they did it in 30 minutes. Good point, Awesome Carl Show, yeah. They do these DNA tests on the fly in less than a few minutes because all they have to do is lie. See how easy it is? It's a lot easier than actually testing the dinucleotic acid. He's qualified to be in the Middle East, 2 shekel bill, yeah. Hey, AI for everyone, I want to check this out. Our software runs on many platforms, on desktop or on Raspberry Pi. It's an open source AI system that you can run on your Raspberry Pi. Wow. Mycroft may be used in anything from a science project to an enterprise software application. Their promise. We believe the future of AI should be open, not cryptic black box, only few understand and have control over. I would like to make AI completely available to the public on a daily basis. Always moving. You're trying to make your product better. Hey, well, great. Nice to know that Mycroft is doing something. And we talked about this a couple days ago. We'll be talking about it in our Technology Thursday show. But carbon dioxide is being scrubbed from this new technique developed by MIT. They use dual canisters, and while one is filtering carbon out electrostatically, the other one is being cleaned and rinsed. And then all the carbon is collected, and then it alternates. So the airflow is constant through the system. So we can clean air using this technology. Isn't that great? Yay, Dave. Yeah. So we've got the ability to do that. I'm happy. Because filtering air is one of my priorities. Air filtration, ending chemtrails, and filtering water. These are all ideas that I really believe need to happen like soon. Hello, welcome to the show. You're here. Wow, that's great, Dad. Really? I'm not your father. No, I've never had a child, thank goodness. I wouldn't want to put a child through this nightmare of a world we live in right now. I think I'd like to improve the world before I actually land my genetic material into the ovum of a woman and birth a child. So I'm going to wait about 150 years before I do that. Now, I'm not your dad. How many of you believe that you're going to live to be about, 60, 70? I'm 60 right now. Oh, I'm not quite 60. I'm 1 year away. But when I get to a ripe old age of 100, I'll tell you how I feel. Right now, I'm only 60, or almost 60. So dealing with chemtrails is my number one priority. No other candidate in the country is taking this on. I'm the only guy. Phone call. Hang on. While we brainwash, we're going to clean the brain material off your head. Hello. Wow, that was weird. So if you need to rinse your brain off, we've got some great brainwash. Some of you are covered up with chemtrails and things, and it'll help clean off the heavy metals from your brain. Yeah, apparently you can mix it in with your brain, and it cleans it. Your brain is cleaned by the brainwash. It simplifies everything, and eventually you turn into a vegetable. Hey, speaking of money and power and all that, let me get to that just a second. Now, the basis for my thinking that Donald Trump is corrupt, I know this is a loosely constructed theory, but he really needs a lot of money. He needs $30 million to meet his debt. He has an interest payment of $30 million a month. So that's the very basis of my theory that Donald Trump is corrupt, because he's buyable. Regardless of the existence of the sex tape, and it does exist, if you haven't looked on the internet, it's out there. Donald Trump watching two women pee on each other. Yeah, and I didn't see the peeing part. I just saw Donald Trump sitting there with his tablet. It's real. I mean, there's no question about it. The sex tape is real. And anyway, we're dealing with a guy who's completely corrupt beyond belief. And, in honor of that, my Halloween show will be dedicated to that. And I'll be creating my costume will be an actual stump with hair flying off my head, like Trump. So this is just a preamble of my Halloween show coming up on the 31st. So. Now, because Trump likes money so much, and you guys don't understand that he is indebted to so many countries like Russia, Russia underwrote the Deutsche Bank loan of $1 billion that Donald Trump has. Yeah, and we found that out not because Donald Trump wanted to tell us, because it's still impossible to get a hold of his tax returns, but from all the other ancillary information about him and what Deutsche Bank had to do. They had an internal report that Donald Trump was engaged in activities that looked and seemed like money laundering. So somebody had to come to Donald Trump's support like 2 years ago, believe it or not. And it was the Russian oligarchs that financed the election. So if you aren't getting the creepy feeling that Donald Trump is working for Russia yet, I got to urge you to start moving in that direction, because if you're a Republican clinging to the belief that Trump is saving our country, look around. Do you see homeless people getting jobs? I don't. Do you see your environment getting cleaner? I don't. Do you see the endless chemtrails that are being dumped on your head stopped by our glorious president? I don't. I heard that Australia is looking for a new way to determine if somebody is legitimately an adult. They don't think some kid could hold up a sign or a picture in front of a computer and show it's a face of an adult and somehow trick the system. So Australia is going down this dark road of of wondering, gee, how many people are going to hold their face up to the camera in order to gain access to a porn site. I really believe there's something wrong with the mindset of Australia, because not only do they want gun control, and it hasn't proven to be successful at stopping crime, but they now want to have you force you to scan your face before you watch porn online under sweeping new proposals. Did it ever occur to these people that somebody could go through a VPN from some outside source outside of Australia and watch porn that way? I mean, what's wrong with these people? They must be stupid beyond belief, right? The Department of Home Affairs wants scans to confirm age. It's absurd. The whole thing is ridiculous. Sure, I'm going to have you take my picture while I'm watching porn. What's wrong with these people? Don't they realize people are going to do that, and the system can be easily tricked? It's ridiculous. I don't watch porn at all, but I mean, if you wanted to watch porn, you could use a VPN outside of Australia, and nobody would be able to stop you, right? I mean, there's already all these workarounds that they can't even deal with. There's no way of stopping that from happening. You want to turn every single VPN into outlawed IP addresses in Australia? Good luck with that. You're into Ginger Lynn, really? Well, you have dated porn taste, don't you? That's a 1980s or 70s porn star you're into. She still does work. She's, very popular. And she's gotten bigger, too. Here she is, the early days of Ginger Lynn and the later days. The more modern, she's a producer, I understand, in the porn industry. Here she is, Ginger Lynn. She's grown up with the industry. She's actually one of the few that actually got a job. Okay, let's move on beyond porn. Well, frankly, there's not a lot of transparency with a lot of VPNs. They have to be court ordered to show any records at all. So, okay, YouTube has a long video from someone.
Coupons and other discounts.
Conspiracy theories with Shane Dawson. Okay. I don't normally play YouTube horrors, but not that he is at all, but if I have to play a YouTube horror, I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel. But hey, whatever. 2 more beef recalls in Canada for E. coli. U.S. warning remains in place. You think feeding the animals wastewater may contribute to the E. coli contamination? You think? Recalls are piling up. 2 more beef recalls in Canada for E. coli risk. Well, more than 100 beef and veal products are under recall in Canada. Wow. The U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food and Safety has issued a public statement for raw, non-intact beef products. Well, you got to cook your meat, Got to get it up to 160 degrees at least. This recall was triggered by CFIA inspection activities. They conducted food safety investigations which may lead to the recall of other products. Beep. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, this is too numerous to enumerate. I can't tell you how many beef products are completely contaminated. Uh-oh. Remember when they pulled all those chicken nuggets from Tyson that had rubber in them? 30,000 pounds? Remember that? It's the funniest thing. Tyson came out with this re-cooked, recharred chicken product. It's just weird. I don't know. I mean, are they reprocessing these things with rubber in them? I'm not sure. And did they even pull those 35,000 pounds? You got to wonder. I'm saying YouTube horror. YouTube horror, yeah. It's the horror of YouTube. That's what I'm saying. It's scary YouTube stories from the horrors of YouTube. Yeah, thanks for the update on Coral Beach beef products. Yeah, I can only read so much. I'm just not going to eat anything that doesn't say pure. Organic beef products. I actually go for a high grade of beef when I eat it. I buy Angus ground sirloin. It's like only one cow is being butchered at a time, and they're being ethically ground up in a grinder that's been blessed by the Lord. Our Lady of the Rump Roast handles most of my meat. Yeah. You don't have to quote me on that, though. So guess what? The House has rebuked, a landslide vote has rebuked Turkey with a vote of recognition of the Armenian genocide. Rebuke, 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 do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Rebuke, rebuke, rebuke. 405-11 in favor of the resolution, titled Affirming the United States Record on the Armenian Genocide. Rebuke, 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 rebuke.
On this,
to impose sanctions with respect to Turkey and for other purposes.
on this vote, the yeas are 403, the nays are 16. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed.
The bill to impose sanctions with respect to Turkey and for other purposes.
On this vote, the yeas are 403, the nays are 16. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed.
Praise us and praise us. Basically, the House is saying ostensibly that they rebuked Turkey. Even though Trump is doing a deal who is creating a safe zone with Vladimir Putin, and it's all very good because Turkey is still invading Syria, and Putin is okay with that, and Syria, they don't care. I say yes. He will be impeached in the House. Yeah, I believe he'll be impeached in the Senate once they realize Trump is doing Russia's policies, pulling our position in Syria and creating an asymmetric instability in the region, which could lead to a war. We were in a good place. And I actually wanted us to get out of Syria, but I don't want to leave the people behind with no defenses either. The people that we were supporting were the Kurds, and they at least deserved a battalion or some sort of an anti-missile battery system. But instead they got squat. They didn't even get fish burgers from McDonald's. I mean, Trump didn't even airdrop fish burgers. Wouldn't that have been nice? I have a plan to airdrop food to people in areas that are needy so we can have a humanitarian solution. Yeah, it's a simple plan, really. It's not that big of a deal. It's just drop food on people so that they can eat and water. Yeah. See, I'm transcending the guttural needs of our president where he needs to make money. I actually have plans to help people, whereas Trump just really wants to pad his pocket. In fact, if you're concerned about Donald Trump, you may want to ask yourself this. A new rule: if you can listen to Trump speak without thinking he sounds like an idiot, then you're an idiot. Okay? Yeah. So just accept the fact you're an idiot if you think he's not an idiot. All right, good. I think we got our rules now of engagement. We can talk like normal people, even though we're clearly not normal, are we? We're more aware than most people, especially those mainstream media idiots that completely just sit there and soak it on up. Chicago mayor slams Trump's visit to the city, saying it's insulting, ignorant buffoonery. Chicago, you go, girl. She's pretty liberal. She's a lesbian, and she's very outspoken. And I think she's a testimony to the new evolving Chicago politics. Here she is, Miss Lightfoot.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot on Monday slammed President Trump's visit to the city as, quote, insulting, ignorant buffoonery. She tweeted, quote, it's no surprise that Donald Trump brought his insulting, ignorant buffoonery to Chicago. Luckily, in this city, we know the truth and we will not let anyone, no matter how high the office, denigrate who we are as a people or our status as a welcoming city. Lightfoot added, quote, rather than belittle Chicago's communities with hateful and dishonest rhetoric, he needs to go back to D.C. and face his fate.
I don't know. If I were Trump, I'd camp out in her backyard. I'd hold like bar mitzvahs for some of my Zionist Jewish friends right in her backyard just to mess with her face. I wouldn't take that crap from her. She's the one that wants to open up her entire city to any illegal aliens that come over the border. You know, I have a great idea. Donald, if you're listening, take all of the illegal aliens and ship them to Chicago. Seriously. Let's teach her a little reality check with the way your conservative views are being perceived around the world. Some of us really have to understand that the idea of a 1,000-mile fence came from me. And I stand by this thing. Trump hasn't built more than 100 miles of his slat, whatever it is, his slat wall. What a joke. Trump is exploring cutting grants for schools tied to the Erdogan foe. That's an interesting option. Betsy DeVos probably recommended that. Donald, why don't we just cut the grants to the schools tied to the Erdogan foe? One of Trump's earliest attempts to appeal to the Turkish leader. Giuliani sought the Gulen extradition, was on call about schools. So Gulen has got these schools that run on charter money from Betsy DeVos. Yeah, I think he should have. Yeah, he should have cut back money to those schools who affiliated with a political opponent of Turkish leader Erdogan. Yeah, that's something he should have done, but he didn't do it. Erdogan's got a legitimate beef with Trump on a lot of issues, but hey, as long as Vladimir Putin's handling it, we're okay, right? Those are the Gulen schools, I know, and he's been funding them. Betsy DeVos loves to give money to the Gulen schools. It helps her brother, Eric Prince, who runs Blackwater, or what is it called, Academy now. They could actually fight terrorism if we can have people like the Gulen schools raise terrorists internally in their madrasas. Yeah, you see how that works for Eric Prince? It's a win-win for Betsy DeVos. She funds our U.S. tax dollars in the hands of some scumbag teaching madrasas in the U.S., and then we have an internal problem with jihadists trying to attack us from within. It then justifies paying out Eric Prince's money. It's a circle. They create the terrorism that only they can stop. Israel is closing all its embassies? Oh no, what are they going to do? Due to the decision of the Minister of Finance to breach understandings and to alter protocol that has been in place for several decades, we were forced to close our embassy. Okay, so Israel is closing their embassy. Okay. Well, Israel can't even come up with a government. Netanyahu said last week he couldn't create a government. He had no way of getting enough quorum to create a government. So now the liberal leader is going to try to create a government in the next couple of weeks, or they have another election for another president or another prime minister. It's ridiculous. So Israel is kind of a classic example of a country torn with the same left versus right problem that the U.S. has. Well, I don't know. Israel has become a very menacing force around the world, and it's not something that I as an ally, I don't want to see them as a bad guy, but I don't think we should be listening to them directly and letting them run our foreign policy. Makes sense, right? We've been at the behest of Israel's leaders for some time because of the connections. Trump is a Zionist. Biden is a Zionist. Hillary is a Zionist. The whole country's political structure has been Zionist in nature, and there's no legitimate reason why we would support that in America. We can see Israel as an ally, but we don't need to embrace Zionism as our foreign policy directive. We are ostensibly rudderless as a nation, with a man simply barking orders around the world thinking he's making a difference when all he's doing is diverting our attention from his already corrupt background. You need to love your mother, yes. The Middle East will never solve their issues. That's a guarantee. But that we can develop a pathway so that we can minimize the sectarian hatred that exists in the Middle East. And I'm going to suggest a peace plan that involves fresh water to the Gaza Strip, opening up desalination plants in and around the Sinai Peninsula, creating a veritable mecca of solutions for the people of what could be a state of Palestine. They don't have any solutions right now. They have no way out of their situation. Israel is not providing any wiggle room for the Palestinian people. Anyway, moving on to this subject. As you know, we support a low-cost solution to healthcare. we believe that healthcare could veritably be reduced in cost by as much as 80%. That these units could see you for about $30 for a copay and give you basic health care, generic medicine, and it could all happen at the VA facility. Anybody in the world, anyone in the country could be treated at one of these facilities if we make them a really solid plan to revitalize the VA system and bring on telemedicine systems that communicate through these mobile medical units. Now, we anticipate dropping the cost of healthcare by 80%, unlike the Democrats who just want to keep funding the beast of greed that doctors are generating. You probably see a lot of doctors on the highway right now driving Teslas. Well, they swapped their Lexuses out for Teslas this past year. Most of them did. And they're just taking all the money they rip you off with and buying new cars. We're going to create something like the Mayo Clinic units. I'm just using this as an example of a mobile medical unit. There are other mobile medical units around the country. There are people that make these things as a business. We want to manufacture these types of things for as low as $5 million a piece. That would include portable x-ray units, Pillomatic in the back offering generic medicine, even a doorway to a dental lab where they could do extractions and basic fillings. We'd like to have a real service-oriented mobile medical system in every area of the country, lowering the cost of healthcare dramatically. Because there's no way we can keep funding the beast of corruption in the healthcare industry. They expect an 18% profit every year. That's how corrupt the healthcare industry is. There's not a lot of industries out there that do that put that expectation out there, but the healthcare industry is one of them. So we're getting hosed, ripped off left and right. The average person's salary has not increased in the past 30 years. Yet they want to get more money for their health care every year. So we've got to pull the roots out of the healthcare system insofar as offering an alternative. Now, this does not in any way stop the private healthcare system. I'm not tearing down hospitals. I'm not trying to tell private doctors you can't rip people off anymore. They're welcome to rip anybody off they want. I'm offering a low-cost alternative to average people that doesn't put a strain on our existing trauma care and emergency care systems. Now, this option, the public option, which I'm offering, will be offered at $60 a month, okay, to every U.S. citizen in America. If you want to get a full medical and dental plan with this system, which will include nonprofit hospitals and public hospitals that agree to solid rate fixes so we don't get ripped off every time we go in to get a doctor. If you want that system, then you'd opt in with it's a non-mandatory, it's not required, but you'd opt in with the plan, and we would deduct $60 from your $500 a month plan. Now, I want to give every adult in America $500 a month, and I'm going to take $60 away just to give you health care. That's the plan. If you don't want to have that $60 taken away and you want to go pay a copay at each doorway when you walk in, you won't have to pay the copay if you have the plan. But if you want to pay $30 every time you go in, and these are just hypothetical numbers I'm telling you, right? They may have to adjust over time. But this amount would be, you could take the $500 a month solid and you wouldn't have that deducted from it. But this way the government can start to fund a basic income plan and a universal basic income plan that includes a public option in it. Isn't that a great idea? Thank you. Wow. And here's why the Trump campaign won't pay police bills. Wow. Public Integrity, the Center for Public Integrity is looking at this. Yeah, I heard they're not paying police bills for some of the rallies he's holding. 10 city governments from Arizona and Pennsylvania say the president's political committee has stiffed them out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do we love law enforcement or what? Trump asked a cheering crowd during his Make America Great Again rally in Lebanon, Ohio. Thank you, law enforcement, the president later told officers who he calls heroes. But when Lebanon City Hall sent Trump's campaign a $16,000 invoice for police and other public safety costs associated with this event, Trump didn't respond. Trump's campaign likewise ignored Lebanon officials following up reminders to cover the sum, which one rich enough to fund the entire police force for nearly 2 days in this modest city of 21,000. but the bills remain unpaid. See what I mean about this president? He doesn't pay his bills. This was in other cities like Mesa, Arizona, Erie, Pennsylvania, all uncovered by the work of the Center for Public Integrity. Some invoices are 3 years old. In total, the campaign owes $841,000. Trump defers any questions. Unbelievable. We've got the biggest scumbag on earth as our president, and you Republicans stuck him there. Despite all the evidence, Russia rigged the election in his favor. Nice. Good job, Republicans. Shall I call you retardicans instead of Republicans? You don't mind, do you? You're going to vote Trump in 2020. Good luck. The guy can't even build 100 miles of that border fence. This is my idea. Yeah, he can't even build 100 miles, and he hasn't used containers like I want to use. There's over 800,000 containers at our docks right now. This unit right here, going 1,000 miles, 3 high, mind you, would use only about 300,000 containers. The Trump-tarticans, that's right. The retardicans and the Trump-tarticans are gathering at the river to try to vote for Trump. Wake up, people. We can't possibly expect Donald Trump to do anything. He's owned by the corporate elite. He owes money to them. He's not going to do anything for you. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You just crossed over into the zone called the brain-dead zone of the Trump-tarticans. These are people that just don't understand simple logic. Trump works for Russia. He's helping Russia get out of Syria. That's what's happening. Yeah. He's helping Russia stay in Syria, I should say. Anyway, I have a lot of things to talk about with you tonight, and I can't just linger on the container fence idea, which is my idea, not Trump's. But I can bring you your next girlfriend. Here she is, for all of you to see. Whoa! That's so cool! Yeah. She's completely audio animatrized. She's a cyborg, which will be fully available on the market in the next 50 years. So hang in there, guys who can't seem to get a date. Litchfield Park, Arizona. Officials have arrested a man suspected of stealing more than 1,700 brass grave markers from Litchfield Park Cemetery. The hockey puck-sized markers are worth about $43,000 combined, and he's going to sell them for profit. That's so sad. Ripping off brass grave markers from a cemetery. I know, Drastic Cat said, for you, it's the lesser of two evils. Well, you need to start thinking about possibly breaking out of the box. We're thinking of a third alternative. That's why we have a third party we're planning. We don't have to decide between the lesser of two evils in the future. We can actually create a third party that matches our opinions. I am in favor of your right to bear arms. I'm never going to talk about gun control. That's off the table. And those are my words. Trump is using my wording when he says off the table. I've been saying gun control is off the table. He starts saying that background checks are off the table. No, actually, no, gun control's off the table. I won't talk about it. Aren't you relieved? I'm not a typical Democrat who's going to push gun control on you. Thank you. Second of all, I believe that fence is a necessity. We can't deal with a growing population increase south of the border any other way. It's not my fault that Hispanic people, who happen to be many of them Catholic, want to go forth and procreate. But we shouldn't have to bear the brunt of their procreation. And we shouldn't have a zero solution at the border itself. So we could veritably provide housing for these people in these container fences. I mean, look at this. This is like a great opportunity for a carniceria. You get some chicken tacos. You could have some 20 bunk beds in some of these things. There'd be a lot of solutions with these types of containers. Yeah, you could get a laundromat in there. You could have a lot of things. Maybe Starbucks might want to have a venue at the south border. So some of these people have money, you know. Pesos. He could sell some coffee or something. Does my hand look attached to my body? Good. Everything's connected? Good. Well, Dylan, they have a thing called 18-wheelers. Believe it or not, those 18-wheelers can carry those containers around with wheels on them. Yeah, we just have to get a road clear enough along the border to bring them on in. And that's what D16 tractors are all about. The government will be buying a bunch of John Deere tractors. They're big. I think a D16 is a little bit too big. Let's see. No, that's not it either. Well, something like this. This dozer is what we need. Yeah, it's the simplest solution. We just move these things in place and start moving along and creating a pathway for the semis to start dropping containers. You get the drift. Thank you. Tractors. And we get the 18-wheelers in there, we could offload these things, and then we can get about 30 guys to move them around. These people, the people working the border, moving the containers, can be illegal aliens that are currently in our prison system working for $1 a day. And they can have good work gloves, and 30 guys can move one of these things around like a paperweight, as long as everyone knows where they're going and where they're pushing. And we can put gravel down first, so we position them in place, and then we can connect the links to the containers and then weld them shut. We could have these containers in one layer done probably within 6 months and build a second layer on top of that. But this at least covers the territory. And then the area that doesn't need to be covered, like the Rio Grande, and believe me, I did the studying of the map itself in 2008. When I measured the distance we needed, that's when I was the one that came up with 1,000 miles needed. Trump didn't come up with 1,000 miles. I'm the first person to actually mention the 1,000-mile fence in the world. Anyway, this is the concept, and building it is a very simple plan that, if executed, will give us at least 2 or 3 barriers. We could even dig down and build a layer down below as well. That's an option. We can put inside of each container a listening device that would actually listen to any type of ground movement. And every container could have one of the listening devices that could hear any type of a tunneling operation going on below. There's been over 160 breaches of our border in Nogales alone. We can actually interdict in this and stop it with listening devices and x-ray equipment that could x-ray the ground behind the fence, which would be like a roadway. Yeah, a terrorist released by Obama in 2009 who started ISIS a year later. And when Baghdadi left Camp Bucca, where the worst of the worst were held in Iraq, he threatened his American jailers saying, "I'll see you in New York." And yeah, we know that al-Baghdadi was released from Obama in 2009, and we know that he's been arrested and killed 5 or 6 times. So at this point, Mr. al-Baghdadi is probably the number one actor in America's theater of let's pretend terrorism. And they've been using this tool to excite a lot of anger in America so that we'll fight terrorism over there and we don't have to deal with it here. It's been part of the plan to start wars and keep us funded over there. It's all about making the money for the military-industrial complex. That's why they have these fictitious groups like ISIL, which Barack Obama funded. Obama created ISIL and ISIS. So even McCain was working with al-Baghdadi right here, see? Yeah, John McCain was seen photographed with al-Baghdadi as part of the ISIS caliphate that they were working on back in 2010. There's John McCain talking to al-Baghdadi. Al-Baghdadi is a CIA operative who is now being used as a tool to generate interest in more war overseas, much like bin Laden served that purpose before. And they pulled this al-Baghdadi thing out of their bag of tricks to get Donald Trump's ratings up because it's slipping with the impeachment trial pending. They did the same thing with Barack Obama and Osama bin Laden. We know full well that Osama bin Laden didn't get captured in Abbottabad. I mean, that's absurd to think that that was Osama bin Laden at all. I mean, our government's never told us the truth about Osama bin Laden. And here they are trying to do the same damn thing again that they tried to pull before. And I played this for you yesterday. I'll show it to you again just because it's something I like to show you. But if they could choose Darth Vader as the enemy, they would. Believe me. If they could say that Darth Vader has been captured and taken out, and you believed them, you'd be happy. But they had to come up with a name that was a little bit more realistic than Darth Vader. So they're choosing, in this case, al-Baghdadi, but bin Laden really served the purpose for, 20 years? Helped fund the origin of the Iraq and Afghanistan war? This is the guy they allegedly found in Abbottabad when they botched the attack and took down a helicopter worth $1.5 billion. And nothing was mentioned about that or the dead people on the ground, which they said nobody died. Yet mysteriously enough, 31 people that were involved in that mission died a month and a half later in a Chinook helicopter in Afghanistan, hit by 2 RPGs over enemy territory. What was SEAL Team 6 doing in a Chinook helicopter being hit by RPGs over Afghanistan? That's what I want to know. Somebody was set up. But as you can see, this was Osama bin Laden in 2001, the last known photo of him. And this picture is of an imposter that's supposed to look like him, who has a darker beard and eyeliner around his eyes. And Osama bin Laden was a strict Wahhabi, and he would never use eyeliner or any type of a dyeing product. It's considered sacrilegious by the Wahhabis to do anything that would be vain. Yet this guy appeared with dye on his beard and eyeliner. And I have to ask you a simple question, really. Is this the same nose of the same man? And I have to say, no. No, you can look at the nose and clearly say the nose knows. This is a rounded shape here. And this is a pointed shape. See that? That's the most significant difference in their face, but there's others, like the lips are not the same. Anyway, now that you have Darth Vader to fear, you have to have more people and more concerns about terrorism. I don't know what that's about, no. I don't know why kids would be used to carry marijuana over a border where we're legalizing marijuana in various states. We're really taking a big cut out of the illegal marijuana production in Mexico and south of the border by legalizing it in the U.S. It will eliminate the incentive for corrupt cartels to move product into our country. So we're already making headway there in various states, but Trump and the Republicans won't make that decision. Wow, here's some toddlers that went down a slide at a Gilbert Park and that got chemical burns. They didn't clean the chemicals off of this park. The kids went on it. Gilbert, Arizona. They ended up in urgent care for 2 mothers with young children. They were playing at Freestone Park and went down the slide. They complained about pain on their legs, redness and blisters. According to the police, the chemical that caused the burns was normal cleaning substance the town uses. They left probably the cleaning substance on the slide the kids use without rinsing it off. Go figure, you know? Sarah's here for another break. I'm going to have some dinner. Thank you. That's okay, Drastic Cat. Hey, a lot of you are beginning to realize that Trump is working for Putin and doing his work. So I don't expect you to dislike our party because a lot of the ideas that I have here have already been used by Donald Trump. He took a lot of our ideas, claiming they're his, and he just ran with them. So when you look at the fence idea and you look at our mobile medical unit idea, these aren't Trump's ideas, these are my ideas. Thank you. So we're going to carry on with the ideas. when Trump drops out and is impeached. I'm going to expect Trump to resign pretty soon, but we'll see. I expect that Pence will be our president toward the election. But in any event, the ideas live on, and you guys can get behind a third party then, instead of wasting my time supporting Trump, who's clearly never going to do anything, and he's doing everything he wants just to support his own personal funding. He makes a lot of money, 255 times what he would make as a president with a salary. Trump makes on hotels and everything that off of referring people to his Trump hotel. Anyway, as we move forward, the Democrats are pitching for the impeachment to go smoothly with transparency. They want Republicans in on this so that they at least know that they have a say and can listen in. And I think that's a big move for the Democrats. At least they're making that effort. I didn't think Pence does have ideas. Pence just came out really strong against the terrible misuse of authority by the Chinese government regarding Hong Kong. Hong Kong will have their own autonomy till 2047 by law. Hong Kong has to have self-rule. The China government has already installed a puppet leader in that area, and they're now trying to ship people out to Beijing for trial. I'm sorry, but that's a total abridgment of the deal that they struck to get Hong Kong. So I think Pence looked really strong the other day when he was talking about it. He came on pretty strong, more strong than I would toward China. But I can tell you, Pence looks good regarding China. He's going to stand firm and support the Hong Kong protesters. Now, I don't normally say nice things about Pence or Trump, but I do believe Pence could take the reins and our country wouldn't skip a beat. We've already had a very destabilizing president for the past 3 years. How much worse can Pence be?
Okay, good. Thank you for that, identityforce.com. It's got a good list of all the data breaches. I think I've got to go change a bunch of my passwords. Oh, so much. Oh, well. Yeah. Just one of those things. And I know, don't use the same password anywhere. I know that's what I'm supposed to do. But then, it's like, and I'm working on that. I really am. But it's a little tricky to do, to not use the same password everywhere. Or to figure out a system that can work with you for passwords. And I did like this one thing. It isn't hard at all. What's your trick to remember all those? I don't want to use a software system like LastPass. Some people recommend you use a password place. You don't even know your own passwords. Do you use something like LastPass or some system some service that stores all your passwords if you say you don't even know your own passwords? Do you have them tied to your MAC address, or how do you do it? You're not going to tell us how to secure our passwords? That's some serious privacy. Doing so is a security risk. Well, I do understand that. And I have had some people give me some advice about how to do it. But anyway. But you're right. I just don't, the people with the whole, I disagree with you, Cameroon #1. I think Sponheim's the man, not anyone else. you know, I just maybe I should go for something like well I'll ask that. What do you think about a service such as Oh, that's good. Thank you. I'll save this. What do you think about a site like LastPass or a site that is a stuff like a place that stores all your passwords for you? One thing I did read about passwords is probably the best thing is not like number eight characters with uppercase and lowercase and numbers and special characters. That's not the best. Passwords are longer than that. So 4 random words is actually safer than an 8 character with special an 8 character long with special characters. Some sites limit how long you can make your password. That's silly. But okay, whatever. I know they do limit what characters you can use, which is again silly. But then if you, hopefully you're using a manager like LastPass anyway, so you don't need to memorize them. So this How to Geek recommends the password manager like LastPass. Curious what you think of that. No, Xenu, I'm sorry, you cannot take me to dinner without David. That's what I wonder, Drasticat. You're always finding the open source ones. I like that. Well, I'll just bookmark this one here too. Okay, I just bookmarked 5 links from you in my tech folder. Thank you. Misanthropy. Open source is always good. KeePass. So in other words, you do believe in password managers, and that's why you don't know any of your actual passwords. That's pretty cool. Okay. All right. I needed to get a password manager. I know. Arizona trooper takes out big rig driver going the wrong way with a rifle shot from highway overpass. Holy moly. Yeah, that's true. You would need a host Bitwarden, LastPass in a browser. KeePass is something you can use locally. KeePass XE is probably best for my case. All right.
I was telling people about how, in the beginning of our show, how Dale Carnegie created How to Win Friends and Influence People, you know?
Uh-huh.
And it really is truth. The truth is that people like to be complimented. They also like to be listened to.
Yes.
These are truths.
Yes.
And I think everyone should know that.
Yeah. I mean, that was the whole point.
Yeah, but many people don't realize that not everyone wants that unauthentic attitude in their life. Not many people realize that.
I don't think it's unauthentic to listen to someone or to, you know.
Well, if you don't want to listen to them, yeah, I mean, it is unauthentic, you know. But whatever.
I mean, if you don't want to listen to, the book is How to Win Friends and Influence People. If you don't want friends, then don't listen to people.
Yeah, the book isn't how to lose friends and not influence people.
I mean, if you only want to be, and the whole idea is like, yeah, you probably want to be listened to, and yeah. Yes. Okay. Oh, Mr. Bill. That's what you and David think that. I don't think that's true. I don't think that it teaches people. No, I definitely disagree. Actually, the truth is I haven't read the whole book. I read the one, or I didn't read it, but I listened to How to Win Friends and Influence People in a Digital Age, and I listened to the first chapter of How to Win Friends and Influence People, period. But I really disagree that I don't believe that it teaches people how to be sociopaths. I don't believe that it's like that. No, I think it really, the point is that it like teaches people how to be empathetic. And like not selfish. I'm sorry to hear that, Reptoid. I wish there were good teachers out there. There are some good teachers out there. There are good teachers in every place.
You actually encourage social learning in your classroom.
Yes.
Yeah. But when I go to public places, I oftentimes see people now not communicating, but rather going on their tablet and, you know, hanging out with themselves.
I know. I mean, people don't like the idea of like, you know, wanting to get rid of their, not, you know, be away from their devices for any period of time.
Yeah.
But I really do think it's important to create device-free moments in our lives.
It appears like people are not listening when they're on their devices. So,
yes.
So it kind of works against the Dale Carnegie concept, winning friends and making friends and influencing people, because people are so detached and isolated with their tablets that they can't listen to each other.
Right.
And that's undermining the ability of people to make friends. They say a study was just performed that said that most people in America haven't made a new friend in 5 years.
Well, I believe that, yeah.
That's kind of wild.
But I've made friends digitally, and I've even met people that I met digitally and then met them in real life. But I do think that the same foundational philosophy does apply in the digital world. Maybe people do have a new idea of what a friend is. But really, a friend is someone that you can share with, you listen to. I mean, the big issue is I think someone you can confide in. I think sometimes that, yeah, I don't know why, but I think that the title of How to Win Friends and Influence People kind of turns certain people off because they think that people are trying to manipulate them or something like that.
I'll put the water in your car. Should I put the black cover in your window?
Oh, that is probably a good idea. Thank you. It's in the passenger seat.
Yeah.
I'm in the bottom.
I don't think the water will freeze out there, do you?
No, I don't think so. Here's basically the things about fundamental techniques in handling people. Don't criticize, condemn, or complain. Give honest and sincere appreciation. Arouse in the other person an eager want. Like, listen to people and their point of view. Become interested in other people. 6 ways to make people like you. Actually show an interest in what they have to say. Listen. Smile. Remember that a person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language. Know their name. Hey, Bob. Hey, Jim. When their names are Sam and David, that would make them feel good. Yeah, I bet you're right. That's what David was saying about people haven't made a new friend in 5 years. Be a good listener. Encourage others to talk about themselves. Talk in terms of the other person's interest. Make the other person feel important. Do it and that's the whole point of the book. They are like, do it sincerely. This is not about like how to put a Band-Aid on and make people think you like them. It's like how to actually like have friendships if you don't know. New York Viking loves to listen to people talk. He thinks most people don't respond to friendly behavior though. You don't want to hear what you have to say. You spent all day with yourself, so you want to listen to other people. Sometimes relationships do seem superficial. And I do believe that with relationships, you have to work at it. It's not like, I mean, yeah. I totally live by some of these. And I probably lived by them before I read parts of the book or listened to it. The only way to get the best of an argument is to avoid it. I totally avoid argumentation whenever possible. But then I really got angry when someone, or frustrated maybe not angry, but frustrated when someone said because I don't argue, they think I implicitly agree with them. No, just because I don't say something doesn't mean I agree with you. Well, I think you and David think that about people. I don't think that about people at all. But of course, I'm not showing respect to David and Misanthropy because I'm saying you're wrong. But I should show respect for your opinion and never say you're wrong. I usually say interesting. If you're wrong, admit it quickly and emphatically. Begin in a friendly way. Start with questions to which the other person will answer yes. Emphasize the things on which we agree. Let the other person do a great deal of the talking. That's tricky and difficult. I know. I try to listen and let people talk and try to view things from people's perspectives and realize everybody has their own story and own point of view. That's true. I do have a very high level of tolerance. That's true. Appeal to the nobler motives. Everyone likes to be glorious in their own eyes. People believe that they do things for noble and morally upright reasons. If we can sympathize with others, they will appreciate our side as well. If we can appeal to others' noble motives, we can successfully convince them to follow our ideas. Thank you, Drastic Cat. I'm here usually around 6:30 and 8-ish most evenings. I give David a break. Tell your friends, but please, I don't want to talk about your other political show that you watch. Tolerance equals patience equals virtue. Yes. Being in my relationship, since I've been in a relationship with David for 20 years, from a fairly young age, I was like 20 when I met him, probably does help. I haven't had to deal with other people in certain ways. Like when people turn 30 and then I'd still be in the dating scene and I probably wouldn't like it. True. Dramatize your ideas. Well, in this fast-paced world, simply stating a truth isn't enough. The truth must be made vivid, interesting, dramatic. Wow. Throw down a challenge. The thing that most motivates people is the game. So there's one in the original 1936 version. There's things that were included in 1936, omitted in 1981 for making your home life happier. 7 rules. Don't nag. Don't try to make your partner over. Don't criticize. Give honest appreciation. Pay little attentions. Be courteous. And read a good book about the sexual side of marriage. Dale Carnegie began his career not as a writer, but a teacher of public speaking. I think that the reason that book was it's, people do want friends, and maybe that's why that book has become so popular. That's a good point, Misanthropy. Yeah. Warren Buffett took the Dale Carnegie course when he was 20 years old, and to this day he has a diploma in his office. Well, that's creepy. Not the part about Warren Buffett, but they have a thing about Charles Manson. That is sociopathic. Wow. All right. That's good. Yeah, I like to listen to people, so I think that it's good for me. I don't think it's good for everyone, but it's good for me. He isn't bored enough to press the caps lock key to have low caps. Yeah. Okay, I'll close that out. I told Misanthropy you kind of agree with him that you think the book's like creates
an unauthentic mindset.
No, so he said, well, yes, maybe he said sociopaths.
Yeah, sociopathic in nature. That's what I thought, and I felt it.
I'm like, did you ever like read any of it, or is it just the title that makes you think that?
I think a lot of people who react to the title often say it's sociopathic. I think you have to read the book to really judge it.
Well, and the book's like the 1930s something. I was just reading the Wikipedia on it, and it said the 1930 version said some things about how to build a better marriage or secrets to a better marriage. And really the part of the book is like, don't criticize or condemn, and, you know, listen to people, basically.
Well, anyway. I mean, these are philosophic choices that you make when you meet someone, and you have to decide, are you going to have a positive relationship or a negative one? And chances are, if you have a negative one, the relationship won't last long. So
there you go.
You know, it's like almost a mathematical certainty that if you aren't positive and you don't speak positively about things, and you say, "Wow, you look like crap, man," or whatever, and tell them maybe you did look like crap, but
I'm just being honest.
I'm just being honest, but then you're no longer his friend.
People don't really want to be around
right.
you if you're like just negative.
Yeah.
All the time.
Exactly. And that's a very strong, truthful statement you just made. People don't want to be around you if you're negative all the time. It's true.
With that, I'm going to leave. No.
Well, no, I'm just giving you I wanted to make it a kind of a truthful parlay of ideas, and I think it worked out. Thank you.
Yes. All right.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. Sleep or rest well.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
I think maybe I will do that.
Yeah, get some sleep or rest. You know, we've got a nice warm room in there.
Thank you.
We're starting our zone heating here. I put the water bottles outside and put the cover over your window.
Thanks for doing that, getting them.
Mm-hmm. That's not necessarily true. People don't like anyone that entertains them per se. I've had a lot of friends in the past where I just had a great time sharing ideas, having fun, laughing. They're no longer my friends. They didn't value the entertainment of friendship. They didn't value that. maybe a few negative things kind of pushed them off, and they didn't care if I was funny or fun or entertaining. Yeah. And I don't really have any qualms about it because I didn't like them anyway. I felt it was a one-way relationship and I was being used. And that's invariably the problem with friendship, is oftentimes it takes a lot of maintenance. It's more than you'd expect. You may have to help them move. You may have to open up your refrigerator to them dining on whatever they want because they didn't happen to buy food at the grocery market. You know, things that may perturb you. You may have to put up with that. That's the only way to keep a friend. That's unfortunate but true. So Dale Carnegie was just kind of telling the truth, I think. You're right. The people that write how-to books are usually whacked out in their real lives. I agree. I think he was demented. I think he was probably a sociopath. And I think he probably did a disservice to some people thinking that they were going to, rule the world by following his methods. But no one wants to really rule the world unless you're insane. So who wants to be insane, right? They say that about psychologists too. Most psychologists or psychiatrists are mentally ill. They have serious problems that they themselves are trying to pursue the field because they themselves can't understand what's going on in their brain. You had an ex that freaked out when you told her she needed to spend more time with her daughter instead of coming home from work and sitting on her laptop talking to her drunk whore cousin on Facebook, laughing about how she'd get sod drunk, she'd pass out and have sex with random guys. Yeah, I mentioned she would freak out because she didn't want to be told the truth. Oh, really? David, identify as a centaur, and I'm asking my community to vote for you. You are the man. Thanks, Sparkle Horse. Well, I appreciate you presenting yourself as a centaur and having a community, because not many people can take on that responsibility, even if they're not a mayor. If you have a community of people that admire you and respect your views. Well, we've got a lot of problems in the country that are not being solved by the two-party system or the mainstream media. And because there's this underlying feeling of uncertainty in our country all the time, we've kind of come to the table here to kind of put together a plan of action. Now, we wrote a book called Hybrid Capitalism, which does give solid ideas as to how to build up our community and help people with sustainability. And these are not communistic ideas in a hybrid capitalism. We have very simple fiscally conservative ideas like the economic brake pad pay-as-you-go plan. The Democrats can't cut spending. We have that built into our plan to pay as we go. We also got a plan to give people a basic income of $500 a month if you currently don't collect Social Security or disability, which means anybody who's a U.S. citizen would qualify, 18 or over. It would help a lot of people emancipate from their mom and dad, even if you're going to live in a tent, or buy a car, or save your $500 up and buy a car and live in your car, like I did for 2 years. So we want people to have a little basic income to get by. So that's part of our plan too. I cannot post my voting record history. I can only tell you I voted for Democrats in almost every election except for the last two, in which I strategically voted for Republicans to replace senators who were Democrats doing nothing but creating a bigger problem, more spending. I will release whatever I have, but I don't have any tax records. I haven't worked in 10 years. I've been retired since I turned 50. I retired in 2010, so I don't have many recent tax records. I probably, if I sell something, I'll have to put some tax records together. Yeah, there's nothing there. I mean, I live on next to nothing. I'm a very meager, modest lifestyle. It doesn't cost a lot. I drink the purest organic coffee and the best whole milk inside of the coffee with purified water when I make it. I don't drink soft drinks. I don't drink a lot of wasteful spending food or beverages like, I'm not a Red Bull kind of guy. I'm not going to spend money for something like that when I could just get a cup of coffee. So that's just one example of how I cut costs. I've saved over $30,000 doing this, at least. If you look at the cost of Starbucks, making a really good quality organic coffee, drip style, is just as good, if not better, than anything they can serve me. While I'm on the subject of that, I mean, Truth Tuesday, they just discovered that sugar is the real culprit, not salt per se. The sugar, I don't make any money. I don't have to file any taxes. It's that simple. The amount of sugar that you drink really will depend on your. That will put out major negative consequences for you health-wise. They're finding that sugar is more dangerous than salt. They studied cholesterol ratings. They found that people who have a high salt diet have less cholesterol in their system than people with a high sugar diet. Isn't that interesting? I just heard that statistic from some guy, so I can't verify it, but he told me that was a real stat, so I have to take his word for it. You told that same ex that you wouldn't be broke if she didn't go to Starbucks twice a day. Exactly. You're trying to help her save money. One of the first things I did with Sarah was when we first met, I taught her my way of life. And it was kind of tragic because after 2 years, I lost my parents. They died. Within a 5-month period, they both died. And we decided to get really careful with money. And I showed her ways of cutting back, and she used to spend more money on coffee and things before I met her. And she's been quite the saver. I don't think anyone has ever emulated somebody as well as she's emulated me, because she's building herself a nest egg of retirement funds, which is great. But that's what you have to start thinking about, is how you live, how hard you live, how much money you spend, if you live within your means, that kind of thing. And if you get that under control as a team, you and your partner, you'll be able to actually sustain your lifestyle for years to come. Hi, Cameron. And the Mexican drug cartels can just pass the drugs through the bars. Oh, you're so right. Look at that. Caveman came up with this idea that they're going to just pass cocaine through those bars. Yeah. I wonder how much space there is between those bars. Oh yeah, look at that. Here's a kid scaling the fence. Right. And you can even jam rocks in between those things and get a stepping ladder made. This is one concept that I'm sure they're going to do. But yeah, look at how open these things are. You could easily slip bags of cocaine through there. I'm not suggesting you do that, but yeah. What were they thinking? Very interesting thought you just came up with. I didn't even think of that. A low salt diet is bad too. But you need 2,000 milligrams of salt a day to live. The average human does. 2,000 milligrams. Guest 574 says, David, I was taught to just spend. Add the One says, bad idea to spend money. This is what you have to retrain yourself. My mother was a huge spender, and she loved to spend $100 a day just traveling and shopping. And this is back in the 80s. She didn't feel like she went out unless she spent $100 back in the 80s just on whatever she wanted. So when she passed on, I had to deal with all of her items that were just massive amounts of nothing, garbage, really. And we culled it down to what really was valuable and what we could use. And we have a nice collection of dishes and things now. But my mother had 3 times that much in terms of cooking supplies. Well, the way to avoid overspending is to just ask yourself, do you have cash for this? Not put it on your credit card. That's your first brake pad. That's your first economic brake pad. And that goes down to how you live, not just a country. That's how we all live. We say, wait a second. Yes, I will offer Social Security at 70 years old. We're not going to change it. But I'm going to fund the Social Security system by having a no-cap payroll tax. Every person running for president always says they're going to put a cap on payroll tax. That only appeases rich people. If rich people pay their fair share of payroll tax, we'll have plenty more money to fund the Social Security Trust Fund, and Social Security will remain intact past 2030. Right now, it's due to go bankrupt by 2030. Cyrus Vance was one person that suggested that it would make it to 2030. I'm just quoting him, our former Federal Reserve chairman. But 2030 is the estimated date at which it will be going bankrupt. So we have to get funding into it. And the payroll tax is probably our quickest way. I don't believe that we should adjust the retirement age. I think a lot of people want to retire at 62 or 65. If you retire at 62, you're really going to be cut short of funds, but still, some people do that. I don't plan on collecting any Social Security at all. I don't want money from the government. I don't want to be a part of the dole of the state. I don't want them involved in my life. But this plan of $500 a month for all U.S. adults is perhaps the best plan for everybody because it kind of bypasses the Social Security issue. Right now, at the bottom roll, you'll get $770 a month or $790 a month if you're on Social Security, up to $1,200 or more if you're a married couple. But this gives everybody $500 a month. And some people will save that money and bank it. And then the banks will have more people investing money. What a great idea. Banks will begin to have a function again. Right now, banks are barely even being used. I don't believe it should be moved to 70. I think there's an unfair period of time in which a lot of people will feel really left out and forced to work till they're 70. I don't want to. When you look at all the people at 62 who are unable to get a job, and with the shrinking number of jobs with automation, nobody's going to want to work till they're 70 unless they have to. That's why I'm suggesting this $500 a month for adult U.S. citizens. There are people that will conserve that money and won't even spend it. I met a guy who was living on the street eating garbage out of Jack in the Box garbage cans. I mean, I literally saw him go in there and pull out a half a hamburger and start eating it. I didn't talk to him, but I ran into this guy at 3 a.m. one night in a market. I didn't meet him per se. I just stood right next to him. And it was like weird. I happened to be going home at 3 a.m. and I happened to stop at a market to get something. And he was standing right there, and he was a bag person. But he pulled out a roll of hundreds this big. And I was like, dude, don't show that to anybody. You know, I was saying to myself, really? Yeah, somehow I don't believe that. Here is a pay stub of Greta Thunberg, which is not accurate, okay? But it's funny as I'll get out. Yeah, that's the muscle behind the green movement. It's pretty funny. Well, we're not going to try to make death mobiles out of this, okay? In fact, if you'd like, we could put windows on these so you can look in, so everyone will feel safer. Well, I was driving home one day from a long night out with a friend, and I happened to be leaving the house at 2:45. I think I needed to get milk because I didn't have any milk for my coffee, so I pulled in there. The guy had a roll of hundreds. He must have been collecting his Social Security and banking every cent of it. It's a sickness, you know, this hoarder syndrome. They can hoard money. But there are people that'll take the $500 a month and they'll have enough to invest in, you know, Google stock by the end of a couple of years. And then they'll parlay their advances. I don't normally laugh. Greta was pumped. Welcome to the future of the human race. This is what I hope to look like when I'm 175 years old. If I look that good, I'll be really happy. But in the meantime, we'll put him underground. Boeing chief is finally expressing real sympathy for the death of 346 people in the Sri Lankan and Ethiopian crashes. Yeah, I didn't think it was possible, but Boeing is actually apologizing. We are sorry deeply and truly. That's good to know. Thank you. In a brutal Senate hearing, the truth about their ineptitude came out, and this man had to speak out. Dennis Muhlenberg is truly and deeply sorry. He's standing there very, very solemn. Those pilots never had a chance. Those loved ones never had a chance, Senator Richard Blumenthal said. They were in flying coffins as a result of Boeing deciding it was going to conceal the MCAS from pilots. You know, I blame the government for this. I don't blame Boeing entirely. I just feel like it's important, you know, to blame the government for everything. Don't you? Isn't that a great idea?
Yes, absolutely. Right away. Sure thing. Certainly.
So I'm going to blame the government for not talking about the MCAS system publicly prior to the Boeing incident. Yeah, we needed to know about pitch and how much pitch and yaw can affect a plane's movement. And we didn't hear about the MCAS system because it's top secret. That's why. Now, there's 330 wildfires in 24 hours in California, according to Mr. Bill. That means that, now this is impossible, illogical. Anybody with common sense could tell you that California recorded 330 wildfires in 24 hours. Logic tells you there's not 330 arsonists walking around lighting fires. And no matter what Sarah says about sparkings happening, of course MCAS is the top secret. What do you know about MCAS? Other than it controls pitch. Seriously, what do you know about MCAS? Why do you think the MCAS system is not publicly talked about? Any ideas? You don't have a clue, do you? They're trying to hurt your Boeing stock. Exactly. So I don't think we should blame Boeing completely on this. And they're living in a world of competitiveness where they have to push these planes out. And no one would have ever guessed that the plane would be tipping over at such a fast rate. Of course, it wasn't designed very well. And I even talked about that a couple nights ago. The 737 MAX 8 looks like it was designed by an orangutan. Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but no offense to orangutans, but there's a serious problem with the original design. I talked about this the other night. I don't want to bring it up again. You mind? It's just too much to discuss. But the bottom line is, Boeing believed, and I read lengthy articles about this, Boeing believed that pilots should be able to respond within 3 seconds to an MCAS failure. But the problem was one of the pilots waited 11 seconds to try to get the plane to go nose up. Is my video down? I'm not sure what's happening. I'm not sure. Is the video down? Okay. Lag? Okay. How dare you? Well, you think profits first was the real issue with the company itself? They made a very bad decision to tell or to assume the pilots could react without being told of the MCAS backup system and without giving fair warning. 3 seconds is not enough time to respond to a deadly nosedive. That's where Boeing was wrong. No video? They're taking your money, I know. You're losing money in your Boeing stock. Let's take a look at Boeing stock. It's up $8. People are investing. Yeah. I don't know about you, but this might be a good opportunity for buy. Bye, bye, Boeing. Bye, bye, Boeing. Yeah, big trajectory. Look at that. It's doing pretty well. Upon recent top stories, yeah, Boeing has more problems with the 737 MAX. Air Canada's third quarter profits fall amid Boeing's 737 MAX grounding, but the stock continues to go up. Explain that, huh? Up, up, and away with my Boeing stock today. I don't have any Boeing stock, but look at that. 348, up 8 points. The long-term projections are not bad. Anyway, moving on. Telling pilot 3 seconds is enough time to pull the nose up is not going to cut it. So they're going to have to come up with a redundant system that guarantees that the MCAS failure doesn't occur again. And that's the best we can do. That's all we can hope for at this point. And be sure to tell those pilots that you only have 3 seconds to respond. You were at 430 a couple months ago? Really? Oh man, that's tanked. Yeah, you got a major loss. Huh. Okay, well, hopefully it's coming back. Okay, I will play. Sarah's not going to be back tonight, so I will play Larry Sinclair by popular demand. But first, a word from our sponsor, Okie Doke.
Free. Okie doke. Okie doke. Okie doke. Okie doke. Free. Okie doke. Free. Okie doke. Free. Okie doke.
Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama had sex with Donald Young, Larry Bland, and Nate Spencer. And Donald Young's mother, this woman who was a former bookkeeper in Chicago PD, said that she fears son was slain to protect secrets of Powell, who became president. We never heard from this woman again. She was told to probably be very quiet and blend into the background. But she lost her beloved son, Donald Young, who was a openly gay man who made a phone call to Larry Sinclair after Larry Sinclair openly admitted to having performed oral sex on Barack Obama in a limousine in 1999. Donald Young called Larry Sinclair before he died, before he was gunned down by an anonymous gunman in his apartment. Donald Young had just finished his master's degree and was going on to become a principal in an elementary school. Donald Young was killed because he probably knew too much about his gay lover, Barack Obama. Same with Larry Bland, who died abruptly from AIDS in almost an unusual fashion. And Nate Spencer, who was gunned down in a donut shop. No known assailant. Same kind of thing, and he was openly gay too. All of these men were part of the Down Low Club. Anyway, Donald Young contacted Larry Sinclair and tried to get Larry to stop talking about the truth about Barack Obama before Donald Young died.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
I'm not trying to make light of this at all. This is outright fraud what Barack Obama did. That man is narking on Obama and telling the truth about how Obama was a crack user in 1999 and had received oral sex from the white man. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, he had a sniffing incident 3 times in that video. You could hear him sniffing like he still had a cocaine addiction. But anyway, Larry Sinclair went out of the box and did the unthinkable. He stood up for this country and tried to expose the fraud that Obama is. Now, the longer we believe that Obama is not gay, the more in the dark we are. First of all, Barack Obama wrote about his lust for his professor twice in his life. He lusted, according to his new book. Yeah. And he did talk about how doing crack cocaine at Occidental College in '78. Yeah, and then we have that nagging photograph of Michelle Obama dancing with a penis dangling between his legs. And you're saying, wait a second, Michelle's a woman, man. Michelle's a dude. I bring you Michelle Obama dancing on the Ellen DeGeneres show. This is very degenerate. So clearly you can see something moving around there, right? I mean, this isn't make-believe. I'm showing you as best I can. It's like a little couple pendulums there moving around in his pants. So for us to be defrauded this way for the past 9-10 years, and nobody's called this man out as a transgender, I am calling out this man as a transgender. Attention all transgenders. Warning, Michelle Obama is a transgender. Okie doke. So I hope I clarified that we have been lied to for some time. I'm not trying to make a big deal about it. Frankly, I don't care if Michelle is a transgender. It doesn't matter to me. I would openly talk to anybody if they weren't committing fraud and are liars and obviously benefiting from their fraud. I would gladly talk to them otherwise. Max Blumenthal arrested in D.C. Police raid held for 2 days on phony charges over Venezuela embassy siege. Political persecutions going on now regarding this guy, Max Blumenthal, arrested in a D.C. raid. Wow. Max Blumenthal was arrested in what is called a politically motivated attempt to silence investigative journalism on a fabricated assault charge linked to his coverage of a Venezuelan embassy siege by U.S.-backed opposition activists. I remember that, yeah. The Guerrera group. In what he described as a SWAT-style raid, a group of D.C. police officers arrived at Blumenthal's home around 9 a.m. last Friday. The investigative journalist was hauled off to D.C.'s Central Jail, where he spent 2 days in a cell and was denied requests to call a lawyer. Wow, they really pressured this guy. That's sad. Oh, the police eventually told Blumenthal he had been accused of assault stemming from a months-old standoff at the Venezuelan embassy. Followed the U.S.-backed coup attempt and the expulsion of Venezuelan diplomats. Supporters of Nicolas Maduro occupied the embassy building while in the crowd backing the self-proclaimed interim leader, Juan Guaido, besieged the premises for several weeks. The pro-Maduro activists were eventually removed from the embassy by force in a U.S. police raid. Now, the U.S. tried to back a coup in Venezuela, and this guy was onto it. And apparently they pulled him out of the loop. They basically swatted him. Wow, thanks for sharing. How dare you? Oh, you think the U.S. may have had a part in ruining Venezuela? I think that we've got representatives down there in Goldman Sachs is looking to buy property. They want to own that oil-rich land. And so does Russia. And now you want to know about Reggie Love, really? You're really digging into the Obama cabinet of tricks, aren't you? So you want to talk about Obama all night long. I hear you, man. Obama had a long-standing homosexual relationship with various members in the cabinet. His love for Jay Carney is evinced by this little kiss that he gave Jay. And I'm not sure exactly where that, kiss came from. Was it, something Jay did for him in the back room? I don't know. Well, let's be clear. But if you ask the big questions about Barack Obama, yeah, oil is very cheap and abundant in Venezuela. You're right. We should just stop bothering Maduro and let him manage his own country. That's right. But Reggie Love was a special case. Obama had a homosexual lover in the White House for 3 years, and nobody knew about it. Reggie Love was a person who was with Obama when the alleged raid on Abbottabad occurred, in which Barack Obama was supposedly in the war room, when in fact Reggie said he was down there in the basement playing spades with him. Seriously.
Most people were like down in the Situation Room, but he was like, I'm not going to be down here. I can't watch this entire thing. So he, myself, Pete Souza, the White House photographer, and Marvin, we must have played 15 games of spades.
All right, I don't need to hear it again. He was in there with Barack Obama, and this man was an openly gay, well, he's openly gay, for one, and he was in the White House for 3 years in the Oval Office with him privately. Nobody knew this was happening until 3 years into it, and then all of a sudden Obama had been outed that Reggie Love is his mate in the Oval Office. This guy was getting it on with Barack Obama. Yeah, in the Oval Office. I mean, can you imagine? I wonder if Trump did some fumigation of the area just to make sure it didn't have any lingering DNA stains on the walls. Okay, any other questions? Feel free. The bottom line is I'm not here to hate on gays or transgenders. You guys and ladies are perfectly fine doing your own thing, man. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. But if you defraud the American government and, manipulate politics the way the Obamas did, I'd be concerned. So we've seen a lot of breakdowns in the Trump support system that's out there because Fox did a story recently showing 51% of the country wants impeachment. We can look at the timeline here. Yeah. Net approval rating is in the negative area in the red area. So you can see over the past 2 years, people are getting a little despondent with Trump, and in the red areas, they're getting more and more angry. These are typically the blue states, but they made them red to show their disapproval. Apparently, everybody in Wyoming still supports Trump, and same with Alabama and Mississippi. Those states are very strong on Trump, and West Virginia. You could not get West Virginia to break rank with Trump or Wyoming or any of these at all. But all these other states that were, the disapproval rating is growing. Yeah. Looking at the most radical differences, the swing states are all flipping against Trump. In Wisconsin especially, Michigan. Yeah, so we're going to see a mass exodus of Republican voters if Trump continues to lead the Republican Party. Yeah, and I expect those Republican voters to consider voting for me in the 2020 election. I truly do represent some of the solid values of fiscal conservancy and keeping within budget, and I certainly want to protect your rights to bear arms. I don't carry the same social directive that Pence carries, wanting to eliminate choice for women. I don't. I want to keep pro-choice intact, but I want to make a modification so that women would make a decision for 20 weeks, the first trimester rule. And I do everything I could to help a first trimester rule come into play. I was one that first talked about a first trimester rule, And then John Kasich of Ohio implemented it right after the 2016 election. He actually put it together. So I really think that the first trimester rule would be in our best interest. The reason is a baby is no bigger than this after 20 weeks. 20 weeks. And the baby hasn't developed a cerebrum, which is the center for pain in a child. So there's no pain center formula in the fetus itself. So, and yes, I agree. It's killing a child. I'll even say, yeah, it's a mother killing her child. I understand your concern. But I also don't want unwanted pregnancies to evolve into unwanted children. And there's some statistics that are shocking. Ever since 1973, since Roe v. Wade passed, crime rate has been fairly low. We would have 45% higher crime had 60 million people been born. Just saying. There's strong statistical evidence to suggest that this decision in Roe v. Wade has actually prevented this country from turning into a massive crime spree. Thank you. Thanks for being a supporter. I don't hate on trans or gays. It's not weird in a political show to talk about transgenderism or gays, considering it's now the invention of the Tavistock Institute to talk about that. We've been forced to talk about that in the mainstream media almost daily. Transgenderism is being forced upon us daily. I'm not in any way equivocating here. I really believe that we have a situation where we have to address it because it's forced upon us. The Tavistock Institute developed, and I never played that video, I should play it tonight, I was going to do it last night. The Tavistock Institute developed a series of transgender gender identity clinics, and even the governor has quit over the damning report. They're being used as a propaganda tool. They're formerly a German-based organization out of Nazi Germany that was comprised of psychologists that are propagandists, essentially. And they've been developing propaganda for the American people for years. If I don't address this head on, I don't know how I could possibly deal with this crisis, because it's forming right now. Young people are right now trying to stop their own gender from evolving. Some people right now are beginning to think that maybe they shouldn't have a penis, all because of the Tavistock Institute and their gender reassignment propaganda. Seriously, there's a lot of young people right now who are having gender identity crises they wouldn't even normally have had they just been told that, yeah, you have a penis, you're a boy. Yes, you have a vagina, you're a girl. But they're being led down this very weird road toward deviancy, and the mainstream media is acting like it's some sort of a normal thing. Hey, KY Poopy, how are you? Act right. You too, buddy. So if you are wondering if your kid is becoming a transgender, it's not your fault or your kid's fault. It's the Tavistock Institute's fault. They're actually creating transgenderism in the media as we see it all over the place. It's being forced on us. That's why transgender divas are gathering at public libraries in the children's section to do forced reading of children's books and fairy tales to children, and telling people how great being a drag queen is. So I think you've got to really question where the media is telling us where to go, and we're not that way. I'm a centrist. I'm not here to force transgenderism on you. And just because I talk about it, it's really because I'm trying to address it. Whereas the media would rather you sublimely accept it and automatically think, oh, well, I guess we're all going to be transgender someday. Well, I'm a little bit impaired because I was pretty much violated as a young kid in the same way. Yeah, I was told that I had long hair and it was effeminate when I was a little boy. And my father had a big argument with my mom about cutting my long, beautiful blonde hair. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing. I never talked about that on screen, but you know, I had really beautiful long hair, and I guess I kind of looked like a girl at the time. At least people in my family were saying that. And my mother and father had a discussion. They said, we're going to cut his hair. And frankly, I like shorter hair. I don't really want long hair. I never really liked long hair. But no, I was being forced into some sort of an identity crisis at the age of 3 years old. I didn't need to hear this crap. Yeah. So, I mean, I feel kind of like a victim of this identity pact that was made prior to my growing up. I was told that a boy has short hair, you know. But nowadays, that wouldn't be the case. The parents would say, of course you can have long hair. You can look like a girl. You can even be a girl if you want. You can imagine how confusing that would have been if I had long hair and I said, well, yeah, I guess I mean, I want to look nice, so I guess I'll look like a girl. I just think we're sending mixed messages. We should tell the children if they choose that lifestyle, it will be a difficult road. They will be considered deviant. And Misanthropy has long, luscious hair. He values his hair. For all we know, you're a transgender. You know, we don't care either. We accept you as you are, Misanthropy. Well, I don't need to look like a woman, but now the American Indians have always had long hair. That's true. Well, it wasn't they. I only had family members that did that. It wasn't they. There was only one person in my family that called me a girl, and I care not mention it. But yeah, I looked pretty good as a kid, and I guess they were jealous because I was better looking or something as a, you know, long-haired kid. But I think short hair doesn't necessarily make you look like a guy either. I mean, look at Annie Lennox. I mean, she kind of looks good with short hair. Right. Now men are wearing earrings, right, nowadays, right. Misanthropy looks like Jesus. Is that what you're saying? Because Jesus had long hair? Here's Chris Hansen. I was talking about the chat logs between you and your partner, and I was wondering if you brought a condom to this meeting. But you can see that Chris Hansen and I have the same look. We're about the same personality. And I don't have a mugshot like he has one. But you know what I mean. Yeah, I look more like a man. Especially with that look. Hey, and this is what Misanthropy looks like. Jesus Christ, superstar. Look at you, man. And this is how you look with the beard too. You have the full-on Jesus look. Aren't you special? And we don't know if you're a transgender or not. We haven't really figured that out yet. The white Jesus. Oh, so you're saying that Jesus is black now. Oh, that's okay. I'm good with that. But you see why I talk about transgenderism? Because they are shoving it down our mental throats.
I don't normally endorse products, but I think I'll have to make an exception. Here we are at UnderArmour.com looking at men's undershirts. Why am I looking at men's undershirts? Well, apparently these can save lives. You don't believe me? Oh, ye of little faith.
We're going to find out more about how these amazing undershirts can save lives. This is exciting. Whoop-de-doo. Thank you for that link. I want to see what that's all about. Are they bulletproof undershirts? Jesus may have been white, he may have been black, but I think we can all agree he wasn't an Eskimo. Manufactured wind event in California and more expected fires, right? How did all these fires start? You know, is there this like little
October 29th,
fairy tale?
29th.
Is there like a little a little elf that's running around starting fires in California? Could it be Satan? Could it be maybe possibly a directed energy weapon frying the earth, you think? I think they're flying a straight pathway and just setting little fires all along the road. Yeah, that's what I think. Assuming we can think. They could easily start fires with drones. You know, it's no coincidence that they've got fires starting up and down the California coastline. How could they all be starting at once? It's impossible. There's no way. Here's one Pacific Redwood to talk about the manufactured wind event in California, so expect fires.
19, and right now we've got relative humidity of about 22%. We've got manufactured Santa Ana winds expected later tonight, and that will come from high pressure that is being installed right here in this area. This is the jet stream, by the way, wrapping around that low. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at that jet stream map right now, which is right here, and we can see that that jet stream is diving down right over the northwest and through California and Nevada, Utah, and Arizona. All right, so once again, the western U.S. water vapor loop. We have high winds scheduled for tonight in the northern, central, and southern California areas.
Yep, this is it. We're looking at it, and he's tracking every single Doppler radar planet, and he sees these artificial cloud formations and L triangles that happen whenever directed energy weapons are used. So they're creating not only a chemical mix of incendiary flame sparking things like barium and aluminum, but they're also sparking it with electromagnetic waves or possibly even a directed energy weapon. All of that's entirely possible. There's no way 300 some odd fires can start in one day in California. There's no way. The logic, just apply logic. There's no way 300 and some odd arsonists are running around starting fires with matches. It's impossible. So something's up, folks. Right here in River City. And the river's dried out and it's burning and on fire. Right here in River City. That's right. That was a famous scene from, not Charlton Heston. It was someone else. Cell towers cause cancer, according to a U.S. Air Force report. There you go.
A cancer-causing cell phone tower on a school campus. Well, now that is being removed in the near future.
Prepare to be horrified and blown away by this bombshell Air Force report titled Radio Frequency Microwave Radiation Biological Effects, released by Griffiths Air Force Base, New York, New York. Now,
this is going to be Ron Johnson, Stranger Than Fiction News, talking about the school that was shut down recently. There was one in San Diego shut down because cell phones towers were definitely causing a higher rate of cancer in that area. And our government doesn't even bother to check it out. No warning, nothing, not even a public service announcement to tell you how dangerous it is to hold your cell phone next to your head while you're using it. Don't worry, be happy, says doctors who perform hormone replacement therapies are making bucks, cash. You're probably right. So anyway, I'm going to leave the economic break pad for tonight. We'll be back to revisit it tomorrow night. The concept is to be able to shut the government down at any given time, but maintain services without impacting the flow. Luckily, our oil prices and our oil supplies are not connected to the government. Yeah, just so we know that it's not a government-related thing. If we have to shut down the government, we should be able to do that and force people who are in the government on permanent vacation and not pay them. Hey, here's the directed energy weapon I was talking about earlier. You have battery operated fans if your power fails. Yeah, I don't think you need to stand around if your house is on fire. And this is a Melbourne desalination plant, not a drop in 8 years. That's interesting.
Good morning,
PK.
Mr. Neville's office. Anna speaking.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm good, and yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Is there any possibility I could speak to Lisa Neville?
I'm sorry, you can't speak to the minister, but you can put your concerns in writing if that's okay.
My concerns in writing.
Yes.
Well, this will be good. PK Censored has got a discussion going on with the Melbourne desalination plant, and they're not producing any water. Interesting. That's kind of weird. Yeah, I'm very curious about that. Outstanding. Dave, talk about the Plimp idea with the vape lounge. That's coming up on Technology Thursday. I'd rather talk about the truth that Americans are running out of money. Everybody's going broke. Yeah. Even people who make money are still, relatively broke. Don't Worry, Be Happy says he did research for a physician who does the bioavailable hormone replacement therapies as complementary medicine. It's legal in most of the East Coast states. He did it mostly for menopausal women, but now, who knows? Trannies are probably going to go there. Yeah, and it's probably a good money-making business to all those greedy, corrupt medical professionals or pro-criminals that make money on everything. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt the transgender conversion is something they want to make money on too. But there's no logical reason why they'd want to do that unless their primary goal was to depopulate. Well, that's exactly what they want to do. It's no joke that most of the Democrats and the liberals, the New World Order suck-ups, they want to just get rid of the population. They all talk about it all the time. Oh, we have too big of a population. Isn't that what Greta Thunberg was talking about? Yeah. So of course they want to promote transgenderism. That way you don't have sex, you don't have kids. They just want us to disappear. They really wish we were all gone right now. The elitists would love it if all of us just evaporated, or maybe that's their plan. Maybe they're planning on turning the 5G network into a microwave oven and just zapping the entire population. You never know. If you find your stomach's melting and boiling and then your brain is boiling and you know you're dying, just know that they just want to get rid of you. All right? Yeah. And that you had ample warning. Greta is a poor retarded girl being exploited by her fame-thirsty parents. I know. The biggest problem with Greta is the exploitation factor and the simple fact that she can't speak off camera the way she speaks in front of cameras with a script. Therein lies the problem.
Avril Lavigne, she's the girl who wears ties. She's a
Greta. I can't go one day without seeing Greta, so
This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean. Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? 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 For hope.
Okay, hang on just a second. Let me get a good slow copy of this.
How dare you?
That's a good one. Is she going to get braces? I don't know. I don't think she'll ever have a normal life, but I hope she does. I wish the best for her. She has drunken baby syndrome, really? So you're saying when people drink and have fetal alcohol, their kids turn out like this? She needs an exorcism? How do you know she's not already been exorcised?
you.
You know, Linda Blair in The Exorcist was a little different. Yeah, she didn't have quite the same look. It's similar though.
In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay, enough of The Exorcist, huh? You want to see her flipping on the bed for a little bit?
By this sign of the Holy Cross.
This is the head turn scene. You know, she never really had a big career after that. It was kind of like that was the end of her career. You think they are very close? Yeah, how dare you for the 1 hour over and over again? It's been copied. That's pretty funny.
Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams. How dare you?
So it's like, how dare you over and over again for an hour. Play that at a party. The remix. That's funny. How dare you for 1 hour. I'll keep that in the lineup if I have to. This is great. You know, we get to talk about the news. I haven't really touched down on Trump, but you know things are still fomenting slowly in his camp. He doesn't have a legal defense because he's guilty as hell, but the good news is Donald Trump is running a good offense against Joe Biden. But he has yet to file a single lawsuit against Joe or Hunter. Meanwhile, impeachment is moving forward rapidly. Yeah. So Donald Trump's best defense right now, in my opinion, is to file a lawsuit against Joe Biden. Yeah, go with that flow that Joe Biden is representative of corruption and embrace the Mulvaney statement that he did commit quid pro quo. Because technically, if Donald really didn't ask specifically about Joe Biden and he just said, I want to stop corruption in the Ukraine and I won't give you money until you do, that's not illegal. But if he did mention Hunter or Joe wanting to get dirt on his opponent in order to give the money to Ukraine, then that's quid pro quo in the biggest way. Well, I would file a lawsuit in the U.S. declaring a violation of FEC law, receiving foreign funds. Of course, Donald's done that too, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, he can't really do that because he exposes his own hand receiving money from foreign agents to get elected. So that won't work. I'm not sure exactly what Joe did, if he did get $800,000 from Burisma, like the Republicans are saying. Technically, that's legal under a 2011 ruling by Brett Kavanaugh saying that foreign governments can funnel money through foreign corporations into super PACs. It's possible. Oh, you got you got more backbeat to the how dare you thing? Let's take a look. Oh, remix. Nice. I'll play that tonight at the end of the show, which is coming up in 20 minutes. I can't believe it. Time flies so fast. Yeah, that'll be a good one with Stranger Than Fiction news. I'm looking forward to. I like Ron Johnson. Yeah, he's pretty funny. And you got the Swedish death metal one. Yep.
What's your message to world?
We'll keep that in mind too. Yeah, we just can't get enough of Greta. She's such an inspiration. Who doesn't love a young lady being exploited by her parents to support some nonsensical idea of cap and trade? We did show the guy who landed on Jeffrey Epstein's island tonight, Luke Rudkowski. I think he's the guy who has wearechange.com. Let me see. Yeah, he's the same guy. He's the We Are Change guy. And he actually stormed the island and got on there and walked around. We played that video for you last night. And eventually was kicked off by the guy in the golf cart. But it didn't really reveal much. He walked around the island and, you know, put a camera to it, showed some weird sculptures. That's about it. He didn't take you to the underground dungeon where Jeffrey Epstein's still living while he's, you know, molesting children and probably torturing them. Yeah, we didn't get that coverage. The government won't do anything, really. They won't really investigate. They won't send cadaver dogs out to the island. They won't get skip hose out there and dig it up. An Arizona trooper takes out a big rig driver going the wrong way with a rifle shot from the highway overpass. Whoa, this is quite the story. Let me bring it over here and play it on the screen.
But we begin tonight near Flagstaff, where DPS troopers were involved in a shooting on the interstate. Thanks for choosing us at 6. I'm Faye Fredericks.
And I'm Danielle Lerner. No troopers were hurt. The suspect is expected to survive. We're told this all started along I-40 east of Flagstaff, near the exit for Walnut Canyon Road. The suspect was in a semi-truck, was stopped for a vehicle inspection. Well, while the trooper returned to his patrol car, the suspect got in the truck and took off, going the wrong way for 2 miles. That's when troopers decided to stop the driver out of concern for public safety and shot him.
I want to emphasize that the driver, the suspect driver, just the act that he did. You know, right now, unfortunately, we're having a lot of incidents with wrong way drivers and drivers that are impaired, elderly drivers that maybe, you know, get confused of which direction they're supposed to enter or exit our highways. This is a driver that made the conscious decision to purposely drive the wrong way in order to evade our troopers from stopping him in a commercial vehicle.
The driver immediately was shot, but he's still in stable condition. I assume they don't have any footage of the vehicle.
DPS still trying to figure out what made the suspect take off after initially being stopped. Right now, we're told he's in the hospital in stable condition. I-40 East near Walnut Canyon Road is still closed as that investigation continues.
I'm going to say, too much makeup, press 1. Yeah, anyone think there's too much makeup there on her? Yeah, we had this video from the handlers.
Yeah. Is it not? Climate, and so is science.
I'll play that again tonight. Yeah, Greta was
climate change, or would you like politicians to
I'd
solve it?
really appreciate it if you stop talking to us right now. We have a meeting, and this is
So you're engaging in political discourse in a foreign country as a foreigner.
Okay, this man approached her asking if she was filing with the country for allowing advertising of a third party, or a third-party advertising approval form. They have to file that in Canada. Yeah, too much makeup and way too much clothing, right? You like less clothing with your newscasters? I wouldn't doubt they probably do a better show if they had less clothing, simply because the allure is so great for people to listen to the naked news. I'm sure someday in the future, newscasters will be required to go topless. Yeah, I'm sure. That's where the world's headed anyway. Then again, who knows? Maybe we'll go back to our puritanical thinking, and maybe the Muslims will take over the whole sector of Michigan and force Sharia law on the entire people of our northern country. You know, Trump hasn't punished any Sharia law acts in America since he became president. And there are people right now, mullahs, collecting 4 or 5 welfare checks from their many wives. I ran into a mullah in New Jersey last summer at a rest area. He was surrounded by 2 underage women that looked like his wives, his teenage brides, and 3 or 4 men that were serving as his support, holding his cloths and while he wiped his ass, that kind of thing. It was the weirdest thing I think I've ever seen. I walked into a truck stop outside of New Jersey, or a service center outside of New Jersey, and most of the people there were from other countries. Most of them were Muslim. Now, I didn't know New York was so predominantly Muslim, but apparently there's a strong enclave of Muslims there. And they have a right to pursue freedom of religion in this country. But whether mullahs are allowed in the country and whether they're allowed to have child brides, I don't think so. Emulation. Yeah, so the fires in California are out of control. I'm positive that this is artificially created. There's no way that 300 plus fires would start within a 24-hour period all across the state, even if they had high wind conditions. There's no way 300 arsonists are running around. They have a right to take over for Sharia law, David? No, they don't. In fact, they're violating U.S. federal law by forcing women to marry their rapists. They don't have the right to collect multiple welfare checks. No, it's highly unlikely that this could have been anything other than a death ray. You're right. A directed energy weapon is the only way they could burn California this fast, this efficiently. A harrowing video of firefighters driving into the flames is on the internet here. Let's take a look. These aren't light pillars, these are death rays. This is exactly what Tesla talked about, 100 years ago? I think you need to get up to speed with your knowledge base. Slow mode. Your brain is in slow retard zone. You can't seem to comprehend anything in this show. I don't even know why you come in here. New video from the ground shows obstacles facing firefighters in California. California. Alert.
Oh my god. Oh, these people's houses. No way.
This is right behind my house. Is that a house burning there?
All right, here we go. A Fox News alert. We've heard way too much of this. Thousands of people forced to evacuate as fierce winds fuel more than a dozen wildfires across California.
The Kincaid fire up north swelling to twice the size of San Francisco.
Think about that, twice the size of San Francisco. And that is where we find Claudia Cowan live at the Incident Command Center in Santa Rosa, California. Claudia?
Yeah, good morning, guys. The Kincaid fire just 15% contained this morning. It still remains a very active fire. Take a look at this video showing what firefighters are facing. These pictures taken by San Francisco fire crews responding to the front lines early yesterday morning. And there was this cell phone video shot by a passenger driving over the Carquinez Bridge in Vallejo on Sunday morning, not seeing any fire until flames almost engulfed his car. The driver barely making a U-turn in time. A surveillance camera captured this firestorm that wiped out the Sindisa Guest Ranch and Animal Sanctuary in Healdsburg. More than 50 horses, cows, and other rescued farm animals were safely evacuated, but now they need new forever homes, and the ranch is a total loss. Meantime, in Southern California, 1,100 firefighters remain on the 600-acre Getty fire, which broke out early yesterday morning and quickly destroyed 8 homes. Among those evacuated, former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger tweeted, "Firefighters are the true action heroes who charge into the danger to protect their fellow Californians." With another windstorm event arriving here tonight and into Southern California tomorrow, it really is a race against the clock for these firefighters up and down the state. Fortunately, in all of these wildfires, no one has died, and it appears everyone has been accounted for. Ainsley, Steve Bryan, back to you.
Well, you know, thanks, Claudia. You know, it's amazing, too, is this one of those fires where so many celebrities are caught up in it? LeBron James talked about driving around all day trying to find a place to go with his family now with the Lakers. James Corden's opening monologue was totally different. He said, I got woken up at 4 in the morning by my landline, which he never uses, and they said, basically, you and your family have to evacuate 4 in the morning. So they had to pick up and go, and here's a guy who just came from England 3 years ago, and he's saying, oh, my goodness, you know, what's going on? Well, so it affects everyone, and hotels and all down the line.
Watch that video.
It even affects people in fast food lines at the local McDonald's. Yeah, everybody's in danger, even people collecting
witches, those believed to possess malignant supernatural powers and the ability to call upon spirits through the practice.
You spent a day with real witches. Today we have a real look at real witches. Okay, Anthony Padilla is a person who spent a day with real witches, and we'll talk about that tonight. Thank you for the link. All right, so I'm having a battle of wits with an unarmed person over here, slow mode, who can't comprehend that this was created originally by Tesla and talked about, and he even had designs and tools available. Pillars of light over bright objects in cities. Yeah, they have devices that actually create pillars of light that have massive luminance capabilities that they use at big events, and they sometimes shine into the air. I mean, that's not that at all. This is a light emanating from above and burning everything below. You're waiting for your announcement of your rally cities and dates and want a third-party sign for my yard? Well, you can go ahead and print one up right now, Jam1B8. Yep. I've got it up right now. You can actually go to America's Third Party. Yeah, I just uploaded it. The cheap way to make a sign for America's Third Party, and you can hold a rally in your area with a 4K TV, and just everyone gathers around the TV and you hook up to our show, and I can talk to everybody at your local community. We can even have you call our phone number at 707-YOUR-ATP, and we can talk directly to your entire group if you want. David Spahn, this is a cheap way to do it, is copy the image at America's Third Party, send it to your local Office Max or Office Depot, and they will print it up in about a few minutes, a color copy on cardstock. I think 15 by 20 is the biggest they make, but that's the cheap way to do it. And then laminate it. Have them laminated too. So that's $7. And then you can put that anywhere. In back of your car window, on the sign of your front yard, whatever. On your apartment door, whatever. There's also a way to get a sign officially made. Go to our store right here and click on the new 2020 sign right here. And this is pretty affordable. $14.99 for an ATP yard sign. There you go. Yeah, I'm looking forward to these things too. The problem that we've had all of a sudden, or excuse me, over the many years, is we haven't had a lot of donations from American citizens. And part of it's because people don't have a lot of money, and the other part is because I get censored in America big time. People don't even hear about me because Mark and others have been censoring me, and they even admitted censoring 350 million VPNs from coming in here. So I have a big, huge problem there, getting past the censorship. It cannot be corrected. It's almost a daily event for me, and since I do the show without any personal gain, I'm limited to what I can do to stop it. There is no law in America that makes it illegal to censor somebody. Nobody's ever been charged with censorship that I know of, under any law. The pictures from Michigan. There's no fire down below. No. These kind of things are used at events. They have actual huge lights that people lease out for events. They used to do car shows with this, where the light shines from below into the sky. I don't know. I mean, you're saying these events happen all the time. I don't believe that. Yeah, you might think it's funny to hear about Bernie stealing your sandwiches, but if he's elected, that's exactly what will happen. Bernie has a thing, he likes to mooch off of people. Bernie's been known to be the moocher. He did that in Vermont. People wrote about it back in the Vermonter, back in the day. He was known for going from refrigerator to refrigerator, taking everybody's really good deli meat. I mean, I'm not kidding. He's like a traditional mooch. And for him to want to spread the wealth, your wealth, among his communist supporters is almost beyond belief. The greed of these people has no bounds. These communists, they're incredibly greedy. And they want to control what you do with your tax dollars to give to all the other people that they just want to get votes from. Oh, I don't know. I can't trust Snopes, man. No. I don't even trust that the photograph came from originally from Snopes. Yeah, I don't believe it. Well, when I apply my third eye to this subject, it becomes more obvious that there's more to the story than that. We have every reason to believe that Snopes is completely bought off. There's no way anything from Snopes could be valid. Sorry. Yeah, and I have to close the show down now, and it's important that I share with you the truth about Snopes. So why don't I just go right into that? Yeah, if you still believe Snopes on any subject, you have to understand these people are pretty nefarious characters, both of them. I'll leave you with that note. Hey, tomorrow night is Wasteful Wednesday. We'll be talking about the government waste, the tremendous amount of money that they're wasting left and right, and how our government really runs on borrowed money, not your tax dollars. So, and they want to use even more of your tax dollars to borrow more money to pay the interest on the debt that they were acquiring so they can spend more money. That would be the Democrat-Republican way. So I'll tell you about Snopes right after these
founder
messages.
Accused of using company funds to pay for prostitutes. Hello everyone, Jen here. Going to...
So this, yeah, the Snopes leaders have been accused of using company funds to pay for prostitutes. So do you believe the third eye gets turned into stone with fluoridated water? I do. I do. The pineal gland gets calcified rapidly with the existence of fluoride. Fidel Castro lived like a king in Cuba, book claims. Yeah. Well, I would expect that. Communist leaders always live like kings. That's why I'm saying communism is the most corrupt economic form out there, because it gives you the impression that they're giving it to the people when they're just padding their own pockets. I believe you. Fidel Castro lived like a king with his own private yacht, a luxury Caribbean island getaway complete with dolphins and turtle farm. Traveled with 2 personal blood donors, a new book claims. Bueno. I would not doubt these, please. He probably visited his illegitimate son, Trudeau, yeah. Fidel even visited Justin Trudeau, his bastard child. How do you know you've busted a valve in your heart? I think you need to talk to a cardiologist. How dare you? Hey, thank you, Scissor Fight. One last donation. I'll play that later. Yeah, it's very melodic. I do believe that Osama bin Laden is still alive, yes. Absolutely. According to Edward Snowden, he's living in the Bahamas. Last we heard, he took a trip to Tahiti and then moved to the Bahamas from there. You turned into a tone once. I looked into this broad's eye. Really? I don't know what you're talking about. The broad's eye. Yeah. You're looking into this broad's eye. Yeah. Well, you talk like you're from the 1950s, man. Yeah, I was looking into this broad's eye and yeah, I turned into a tone. You're atoning for your sins of looking into the eye? Look into the eye. The third eye is waiting for you. So I'm going to try to become a crock of crap for Halloween. I'm going to try to dress as a crock of crap. I'm not sure how it's going to work, but it'll be interesting. It'll be brown, lots of brown. And I'm going to try to be a large pile of crap. I decided to just dress as crap. You just made it? Oh, even better. Oh, I can't wait to hear it. Excellent. All right, we'll close with that, starting from the beginning. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the show. It's been wonderful. We'll listen to Scissor Fight's new song. Thank you for being here. Not bad. Excellent job, dude. All right, that's me signing off. Take care, everybody. Good night.